Good morning, everyone. My name is Chad Bruner. I'm the chair of the Rowan University Board of Trustees, and I'm also the Gloucester County Administrator. I'm happy to welcome everybody here. It's an honor to be here today to learn about this severe lack of housing options for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. It'll be my pleasure to first introduce the president of the university, Ali Hushman, to come up and say a few words. But also I'd like to welcome and recognize not only the members in the audience today, but my understanding is well over 200 participants online to listen to this valuable information. And it's probably one of the biggest we've ever had. So appreciate that. But before, I asked Ali to come up and say a few words.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this very important event, which is, as I understand, is the collaboration between Sweeney Center for Public Policy, as well as Rowan Institute for Public Policy and Citizenship, and our Center for Neurodiversity. The when we talk about unmet needs, there are many, many dimensions to this thing. One of them, of course, is this whole congregate housing and finding a facility where people with certain disabilities can feel comfortable, can feel at home, away from home, and be productive. In this area, we do a lot of work ourselves. Actually, I have developed a big farm, and we grow all sorts of stuff, fruits and vegetables and hot sauce and hot peppers, and all of them are run by students, and many of them are neurodiverse students, and we try to teach them how to run a small business from A to Z, and also feel at home in a place where they're safe, the weather is good, and the air tastes better. So these things really, really matters to us, and we are very active in the area of helping students with the special needs. And we welcome as many of them as we can in here, because really, if you think about it, after the age of 21 or 22, these kids are on their own, and they need to basically be able to be a functioning citizens. One project that is very near and dear to my heart is I want to start a store in here, store selling whatever, and I want it to be fully owned by them, managed, run, and actually literally have a share of it. That was a project that we actually started right before pandemic, and then pandemic hit and we stopped. And the facility that we wanted to actually use it got rented by somebody else. So now we have to wait until we find some other place. In any ways, I hope that you and all the people who are online have a great conference today. Thank you. Welcome to Rowan University. I wish you a great day. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, President Hushman. Before I call up our next speaker, I just want to give you a little bit of background. I'm thrilled that what we've been doing in Gloucester County over the years, we began to recognize and address this issue for our residents and families. And currently, we have a dedicated housing project that's under construction that some of you may or may not know about. I'm also pleased that today's event will bring further awareness, and happy to discuss how we here in Gloucester County are trying to address these issues for our residents. In my over 32-year career in government, I've been part of many projects and initiatives, but I can say with certainty the housing project for adults with developmental disabilities that we've launched last year at our educational campus located at Rowan College of South Jersey is one of the most significant contributions for the betterment of Gloucester County that I have personally been part of. And frankly, this may be the first of its kind, not only in New Jersey, but also in the United States. This project, this educational partnership, this model that we created is called the Academy for Neurodiversity at the Stephen M. Sweeney Center for Special Services. It's more than just a housing project. It's a community. Living in this community will allow our residents to benefit from vital services on the campus, such as the Rowan Integrated Special Needs Center that has medical facilities and physician offices located directly across from this project. The importance of having access to primary care was critical when developing this plan. The community will also have access to educational programs offered by RCSJ and Rowan University. the community will also have access to the Gloucester County Job Training Center for customized training and job placement. The community will have a direct connection with our Adult Center for Transition, which is a program that is available to students with developmental disabilities from ages 21 to 26 to be trained to develop skills for the workforce. We are excited for this to open in 2025 and is an example that demonstrates the primary focus of today's discussion. Specifically, though, our housing project will have 24 one-bedroom units in a mid-rise style apartment, and we anticipate future units needing to be built based on this early popularity. I credit the success, though, to this project based on our strong collaboration and partnerships with the County of Gloucester, Rowan University, Deptford Township, Rowan College of South Jersey, the Housing Authority of Gloucester County, and the Gloucester County Special Services School District. But I must say, this would not have been possible if not for the advocacy of the former Freeholder Director and State Senate President, Steve Sweeney, and his original vision to create a community that provides a one-stop continuum of care that includes housing, education, job training, medical access, security, and support services bundled in one area, on one campus, with a unified vision. So yes, this all started with one man's desire and passion who entered the political arena with the sole purpose of making a difference for those with special needs. There's no one with better character, more compassion, or that has been a laser-focused advocate and champion for our special needs community than Steve. He brought a vision, identified a need, and challenged Gloucester County to do better. He did, we did, and what a legacy he created here. So I know he's going to be here later today, but I want to publicly thank him now, so thank you, Steve. This is more than just bricks and mortar. It represents opportunity to help people realize their potential, to achieve their goals, and lead a fulfilling life. I'm so proud and humbled to have been entrusted with leading this project. It took years of hard work, vision, and courage to make this become a reality. And with that, one of my biggest partners in crime, I always say, is Dr. Fred Keating, our college president of RCSJ. Fred and I have been involved together in our careers for a long time, since his days of being our superintendent of our Special Services School District, then our superintendent of the Joint Board of Institute of Technology and Special Services School District, and now our college president. Over the years, I tell the story and we chuckle about it. A lot of things that we've talked to with Steve or with Ali or with anyone were started by writing on a piece of a napkin, on a piece of paper in one of our offices, and just expanded upon it and dreamed these great visions, something that is much needed in this area and everywhere. So with that, I'd like to call my friend, my colleague, Dr. Fred Keating, to come up and close out our portion of this.
Well, I got another napkin. I must have left my notes on that table and Chad picked them up, because everything he said is what I could say or reiterate. So I try not to do it, and I know I only have moments. First of all, it's a privilege to be here. Lifelong educator. 90% of that time has been spent in the special needs, special ed arena. Public schools, private schools, county colleges, VOTEX, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. So I got long teeth. One thing, actually there were two things in my entire career that I can add to this conversation today that is going to be said by others, but also I believe is the one little 2 cents I would add to this debate. My lifetime has been dedicated to a human being with a special need. Neurodiverse is the population consideration today. It exists in my family, it exists in your family, and every one of us knows that this is not an easy path to travel. There are two cliffs that a parent and child will face. The first cliff is when they look at the end of the educational career, 18, 19, or by statute or code, 21. That's a cliff. I've experienced that with families for 50 years. And when they see that cliff coming, they panic. What do I do now? My son, my daughter is no longer eligible for education, which has been the wraparound entity of their life through an IEP. It's gone. It evaporates. They're now on the couch, wondering what's next. And I'll come back to that briefly, but just let me close up on my few points about housing. The second cliff that they come to me, and I've had personal conversation, is what do I do about my child's ability to sustain a place to live? A place to live. That's where we've come down to. That's what you're talking about today. Housing for individuals with disability. My opinion in 50 years in this business is we have done a poor job as a government and as a society to answer that question. So today is to discuss it, hopefully see some legislation, hopefully see an individual like Steve Sweeney maybe become in a leadership position that can change this conversation, at least in New Jersey. So let me just briefly tie this knot to what Chad just told you. There's 4 points in my mind to summarize a parental issue and an individual man or woman, a student, adult, at that point of approaching those 2 cliffs. One, you get off the educational and you fall into the abyss. Secondly, you are aging up, you're an adult, you're in transitional life, and we're trying to figure out a way to sustain your ability to have a quality of life, a quality of life. And none of us can have a quality of life if we're homeless. And that's what I think these individuals are facing. A scattergun approach to how we're going to address the support of our society to a human being in a neurodiverse consideration of where and how they can live the rest of their life. Knowing the parents are aging out physically and eventually they will pass, and if family is not there, the abyss will appear. And what do we do? What do we do as a society for and with them? Because right now, they're vulnerable. There's 4 points that I would summarize anything I could offer to your conversation today about what are we going to do for housing and disabled individuals in the state of New Jersey. First of all, we need to do more. It's that simple. We need to do more because what we're doing now does not work. And there will be people that will try to fill this gap after this conversation. I applaud them. I want to work with them. DDD has been a fabulous partner with us at this center of which Chad speaks. DVR, vocational rehab, labor, employment is on that same campus. Medicine on that campus, RISN, Rowan University, the Rowan Institute of Special Needs. It's there. Pediatric and adolescent care for a person with a disability or neurodiversity because other doctors can't do it because they weren't trained to do it. But now Rowan School of Osteopathic Medicine, under his leadership, is doing it. And they're practicing it in clinic. DVR is there. DDD is there. New Jersey Transit is there. ShopRite is there for pharmacy and pharmaceutical. Special Olympics is there. The college is there. Classes are there. Recreation. Life is there. And in my humble opinion, for my 2 cents in the last part of this consideration of time and career, we have a design, Dr. Davidson, who's with me, has it if you want it, that shows the wheel of the spokes of all of the components of life because we sat down and said, what do they need? And we plugged it in hole by hole. Not rocket science, but it's predicated on 4 points. 1, access. Does this person have access? In this case today, because every one of those boxes is a problem. It's all a problem. Transportation's a problem. Housing's a problem. Medicine's a problem. The next one I had is affordability. Do I have access? Is it affordable? I see individuals come to our college and put Social Security checks on the table for tuition. Well, I'm not taking a Social Security check for somebody to go to school. Give them a scholarship. Bring them in. But we have to be able to do that. And by the way, that's just shotgun approach to life. So access, affordability, this must be an incremental conversation. By that I mean, same thing in education, least restrictive environment, the concept, the core of the federal government and state government for dealing with disabled people. It starts here and it works its way down when the need of the human being requires it. Not government, not just, a breakdown with operation of school and family. It has to be by design in the best interest of the person. So maybe living independently with my family until I can't. Can I live independent? Semi-independent. Can I then have to go into a care consideration? Incremental delivery when the need and the demand of the human being requires it. We don't have it. We got a shotgun, boom, find out where you want to go. Parents come to us every day. I'm scared to death. Steve Sweeney talked to me in a parking lot about this 10 years ago. There's no secret he has a daughter that has a special need. And that conversation was, I don't know what to do when I'm not here. And I said, well, every parent in that arena has that question. So access, affordable, incremental. Treat the individual like a human being. Keep it least restrictive and move it, just like education. Move it away from the centralized point to a need of adaptation in accordance with need. And then lastly, it's got to be holistic medicine. The shotguns have to be put away. We have to have a plan. The plan that lays on that table that man helped me design, I would offer to you to walk away today and take a look at it. It's what Chad just said. One county went forward. One county. I go to the President's Council. I go to the Community College President's Council. I go to DV. I've been to all of them. Human Services, all of them. And I walk away with my head scratched. Because the idea is us putting this all together. It's not hard. We make it hard. That document is what we put out as a model concept. First of all, location. We chose a county college. Everybody came to me and said, how dare you put a neurodiverse center and a medical consideration for disabled individuals on a college campus? We're a college. Yeah, what's that? These human beings, these individuals of neurodiverse consideration don't belong in this community? They do. We're a community college. So the idea that we could have centralized location, bring all the services there, this concept of one stop, it's overused, but there's a medical school there. There's a college there. There's a relationship. If education wants to be a piece, but that wheel has like 10 parts. Transportation's the next one, because we can find jobs for these individuals to support living and living in a better arrangement, if they can find a better arrangement, but they can't get there. This needs the vision, I believe, of a governor who wants to take a state into an arena where we have never gone. And it's not that hard, but we make it awfully hard. So for my end of my 10 minutes, I hope I stayed inside the box, I offer you one simple complex thought. Can we get together and have all of the bodies that are represented on this program today talk about this with an intent to act? And if we do, we can make housing available, accessible, affordable, appropriate delivery in different layers of service to the human being, pocketed by this whole idea that it has to have a village to raise an individual. And I dare you to say that you don't, I don't, none of us do not, any of us do not have a personal interest in making this a better world for this population. We have done a poor job. I'm almost ashamed to have 50 years in this industry and say that it took this gentleman and that design that we now will have 24 units on a county college, be the only one in the United States of America that stepped forward, put this on the campus, entrenched it in the campus, brought all the services of a university, a college, a county. Chad rattled them off. And now you have the model for housing, one piece of that housing structure with DDD support right there in Gloucester County. So Steve's not here, but he'll get here soon. My 2 cents on that too is make him the governor. I'm not supposed to be political, but I don't care. I don't care. Make him the governor, put somebody in a situation where some of this can become law, code, the operation of governmental entities, and make it a better place for the human being. And that's all I got to give you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Aronson. I'm New Jersey's ombudsman for individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities and their families. And it is really great to be here with all of you for this important and timely conference. And I'm really just grateful for this opportunity. I say important and timely for two reasons. First, this summer marked the 25th anniversary of the U.S. Supreme Court's Olmstead decision, which was a watershed moment in the lives of people with disabilities. It was a decision about civil rights and human rights. It was a decision that underscored the fact that people with disabilities matter. What they need matters, what they want matters, and what they say matters. And in the context of today's conference, it was a decision that helped put an end to forced institutionalization of people with disabilities, making it clear that people with disabilities, like all people everywhere, should be able to choose where and how they live their lives. Second, today's conference is important and timely because despite the tremendous progress made over these past 25 years, many New Jerseyans with disabilities are currently experiencing a very real housing crisis. It is a crisis about availability, affordability, and livability, the need for housing that meets the requirements and preferences of a diverse disability community. Yes, we certainly have come a long way since the High Court's Olmstead decision, but yes, we still have a long way to go. For my presentation today, I have pulled my remarks from our office's most recent annual report because in it, we identified housing as one of 6 of the most persistent, most pressing challenges facing New Jersey's disability community. One of 6 challenges most often brought to our attention over the past year. The concerns expressed to us vary. For children with complex medical or behavioral needs, the challenge is often availability. Simply stated, there are not enough safe, appropriate, community-based residential options for these youth. Many are unable to obtain proper supports at home, yet there are only a very limited number of beds available in state-licensed residences. For adults with disabilities, the challenge is often affordability. There are not enough housing options for them in communities in which they want to live. This is due to high rents, low incomes, and vouchers that often are not aligned with economic reality. And for many individuals and families, the challenge is not just quantity, but also quality. Finding a place that is livable and appropriate. This is particularly true with respect to some of the state-licensed group homes for children as well as adults that are often in disrepair or unsafe for a variety of reasons. Granted, here in New Jersey, there are significant resources available that make it possible for many people with disabilities to live well in the community. But clearly, we need to do more. We need to make housing information more accessible. We need to make housing policies more flexible. And we need to be more proactive, more innovative, and more sensitive to the diversity of needs and preferences. After all, when it comes to housing, one size definitely does not fit all. So this is the challenge, to meet the needs and preferences of a large, diverse disability community, including for those with significant medical or behavioral needs. But this is also an opportunity to take all of the good work that has been done, all of the good efforts by folks in and out of government, to take it all to the next level. Exploring new ways to make community-based living available, affordable, safe, and appropriate. To make it a reality for the many people who need it and deserve it, but who are often sometimes shut out of it and forced to go without much needed supports, forced to struggle day in and day out, sometimes forced to live in institutions. So rather than just talk about the challenge this morning, I want to talk also about the opportunity and some of the ideas and suggestions we included in our recent annual report. To begin, since access to information is key, our first suggestion is the creation of an online, user-friendly, disability-focused housing website that would make it easier for individuals and families to make informed choices about state-licensed residences, as well as the opportunity to live in the community in private, family, or in other settings. Such a website could include information about residential treatment options provided through both the New Jersey Department of Children and Families as well as the New Jersey Department of Human Services. Background information about the agencies involved, the regions in which they operate, the types of housing available, and the services and supports offered in the residences. The website could also include background and contact information about private agencies and organizations that offer a range of accessible and affordable housing options for people with disabilities. It could include background and contact information for housing and legal advocacy groups available to people with disabilities and their families. It could include information about the range of programs, from housing vouchers to housing loans to utility assistance that exist and how best to access them. And very importantly, it could include a platform for individuals and families to share useful information based on their own personal experiences. Taken together, we are basically recommending a one-stop, easy-to-use, interactive housing web portal for individuals, families, providers, developers, anyone and everyone involved in the disability housing space. Again, information is key. Information gives people agency and allows them to make informed decisions. Next, with respect to housing more generally, we recommend some changes to current policies and practices related to congregate living. In addition to more medical and behavioral group homes, it is clear that we need to think big and think differently, and we need to act with a compelling sense of urgency. Intentional communities. For the past several years, there has been an increasing conversation about the need for intentional communities, particularly for those with significant medical and/or behavioral needs. Campuses, farmsteads, communities with multiple apartments, shared living arrangements, and more. A 4-person group home in a suburban neighborhood is good for some folks, but not for everyone. We need to sort of take this conversation forward. People with disabilities, like people without disabilities, have different needs, different preferences, and deserve different choices and options. We need to be more proactively exploring intentional communities. Housing technology. For the past several years, there has also been an active conversation about the use of video monitoring technology in congregate residences. Led by parent advocates, this conversation has resulted in various pieces of legislation, ongoing policy discussions, and an increase in the use of such technology by residential provider agencies. Indeed, at the end of last year, there were 28 agencies with video monitoring policies approved by the New Jersey Department of Human Services, and an additional 9 agencies waiting for approval. Going forward, this important conversation should continue to balance the right to privacy with the right to be safe. And it should continue driving the effort to make video monitoring technology more readily available in state licensed settings, something that can benefit both residents and staff, particularly when videos are available to help everyone understand what happened and why. And again, we should also ensure individuals and families are made aware of the agencies that utilize video monitoring equipment so they can make informed choices when choosing a residence. Moreover, we should continue to encourage additional conversation and consideration of other technologies that can also help people with disabilities live safe, fulfilling, independent lives. Smart technologies related to lighting, door locks, window chimes, bed alerts, medication distribution, temperature controls, and more. Out-of-state residential placement. At times, we learn of housing needs that cannot be met by residential options in New Jersey. An individual with severe challenging behavior who requires a campus setting for their safety and overall well-being. An individual with complex medical conditions who requires 24/7 support but does not want to live in a nursing home, a hospital, or an intermediate care facility. Although our state has many resources for people with disabilities, at present, we cannot meet everyone's needs. And therefore, when necessary, the state should be more readily willing to consider out-of-state options. Currently, the New Jersey Department of Children and Families does occasionally consider and does occasionally place youth in out-of-state locations. The New Jersey Department of Human Services, however, does not. Hopefully, that'll change. Granted, an out-of-state placement is often not optimal. Not only can be more challenging for the state to oversee the care provided, whenever possible, it is usually best to keep an individual close to their natural supports, namely the family and friends. However, sometimes an out-of-state placement is the best, safest choice available. And sometimes the family is located physically closer to an out-of-state residence than any available in-state options. Moreover, the financial costs are not necessarily greater in out-of-state residences. In fact, Medicaid regulations may make it possible to fund such placements with a mix of state and federal funds. We should therefore more proactively explore out-of-state residential placements when appropriate. So, in addition to these recommendations with respect to congregate living, we need to make changes for those for whom congregate living is not the best option, for those who cannot or choose not to live in a group setting, for those who would rather live alone or with family or friends. Here are just a few ideas. Accessory dwelling units. In his budget address earlier this year, Governor Murphy expressed support for accessory dwelling units, standalone or adjacent housing structures developed on the same property as single or double-family homes. These ADUs are often discussed in the context of residential options for grandparents or other family members. Some municipalities allow them, some do not. The Governor Murphy's proposal would make monies available to encourage their construction. For New Jersey's disability community, this could be a big, important step forward because ADUs provide another important housing option, one that is affordable, accessible, community-based, and can help make it possible for individuals to benefit from the natural supports provided by family and friends. Hopefully, ADUs will become more common and therefore more readily available. Housing vouchers and rental subsidies. Fortunately, there are multiple housing voucher programs in New Jersey, including the Supportive Housing Connection, which is particularly important for individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities. Unfortunately, however, the policies regarding their use are sometimes overly restrictive. The vouchers are based on rent standards developed by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Affairs, and although they vary either by county or zip code, they often do not reflect the high rents charged in New Jersey. As a result, many individuals and families are unable to live in their own communities. These housing vouchers also cannot be used to pay rent in family-owned homes. This is unfortunate because this makes it harder for individuals to live in their communities and makes it harder for their families to provide all important natural supports. This in turn makes it more necessary for some individuals and families to live in state-licensed settings. So we should revisit our approach to both the use of rent standards and the availability of family homes, thereby making community living a reality for more people with disabilities. And lastly, environmental and vehicle modifications. At present, the state helps with environmental modifications for both children and adults with disabilities, from fencing and wheelchair ramps on the outside to more accessible bathrooms and living spaces on the inside. The modifications make it possible for individuals to live in the community, often with family and other natural supports. However, there are limitations, including a prohibition against increasing the overall size of privately owned houses. Although I generally agree with that limitation, I think the policy should be revisited and waived in extenuating circumstances, particularly for those with complex medical and/or behavioral conditions who cannot be properly supported in state-licensed settings. In such situations, the state could enter an agreement with the homeowner for reimbursement of the funding if when the house is sold, similar to the Medicaid estate recovery policy that requires reimbursement to the government at the time of a person's death. Similarly, the policy with respect to vehicle modifications should be revised to allow for the purchase or lease of vehicles in extenuating circumstances, a critically important consideration for many people who want to live in the community but who need specialized transportation. Here, too, the state could enter into an agreement that would ensure recovery of the funds used for this purpose. So, taken all together, here in New Jersey, it is fair to say that we have both big challenges and big opportunities. Challenges and opportunities that call on us to be smart and innovative, to be compassionate and thoughtful, and to act fast. Because without urgently needed reform, without making safe, appropriate housing options more readily available, many people with disabilities, children as well as adults, will continue to face a housing crisis. And that is why I'm grateful for and excited by today's conference. Rowan University has brought together a good, important mix of stakeholders, legislative leaders, some of my Murphy administration colleagues, as well as some of our partners in the advocacy community, the provider community, and most importantly, the family advocacy community. From them, you will learn more about the important work already underway, as well as important work that still needs to be done. And you will learn more about the challenges as well as the very real opportunities. And my hope is that today's conversation will help jumpstart a larger statewide conversation about the need to think big and to think differently about housing for people with disabilities, about the need to act with a real sense of urgency. So again, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you all for being part of this important conversation. And now I have the great honor to invite to the podium my friend and colleague, Jonathan Seyfried, the DDD Assistant Commissioner.
Vertically challenged, so I need to make some adjustments here. So good morning, everyone, and thank you, everyone, for taking time out of your day to be able to come to today's important discussion. As Paul so graciously introduced me, I'm John Seyfried, and I am the Assistant Commissioner for the New Jersey Division of Developmental Disabilities. A little bit about me. I graduated from Stockton University in the late 90s, ultimately got my master's from there. I started in the field in the late 90s with a small agency serving individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Started with the state in 2001 with the Division of Developmental Disabilities and have really been there ever since. So it holds a special place in my heart, the division, and the people we serve, the families that love them and care for them, the agencies that care for them, and just really being able to continue to move that system forward. So we're here today to talk about housing, and that's important in the life of any person, whether you have a disability or not. It's not overstating it to call it a cornerstone of life, and that when it's in place, it provides security and predictability for the people that live within it, and gives them the ability to focus on those other areas of life of life's challenges. Housing solutions, as Paul stated in his remarks, are not one size fits all. The housing must meet the needs of the people that live within it. And it speaks not only to the importance of accessibility of a location and the adaptability of that location, but also to affordability, geographic location, meaning proximity to family, friends, day services, employment services, and safety of the surrounding community. As you can imagine, that's a stressful topic and complex for any person. They say that moving is one of the biggest stresses a person can have in their life. Now we add on that the needs of a person with an intellectual and/or developmental disability. That can feel overwhelming to be able to try to work through that. Now, the Division of Developmental Disabilities is here to help with that, and my goal today, through our conversation, is to provide you information in a few key areas. That is how housing assistance is provided by the division. Outline some state and federal partners that we work with to help, to work with around housing. Give some examples of housing initiatives the division is engaged in. Talk about the home and community-based services settings role and try to demystify that a little bit for those that may have some questions about it. And discuss how the division is supporting innovative housing models. So the division funds supports, if you didn't know, for about 26,500 individuals throughout our communities in the state of New Jersey. Those services and supports are provided through one of two Medicaid programs that the division operates. Those programs are the Community Care Program or the Supports Program. And that means that, in addition to other criteria, an individual must be Medicaid eligible to receive services from the division. Now, another piece of information that is not necessarily known by all is housing, and I'm talking about the bricks and mortar part. That is not an area that Medicaid provides reimbursement to the division for. That means spending that the division spends on housing is called a state-only dollar, so we don't get a federal match. The division only gets a federal match on the services and supports we provide, and those are outlined in our program manuals. So of the 26,500 people that are currently served by the division, over 7,600 of those individuals reside in what we call a provider-managed setting. And those are more commonly referred to as group homes, supervised apartments, those sorts of entities or locations. An additional 1,200 individuals reside in a setting where they directly rent the property from a landlord, and they direct some or all of their services themselves. The division in last fiscal year that ended spent about $56 million on housing in those two areas. And we project an increase of about $2 million in the current fiscal year. So we project by the end of fiscal year 25, we'll spend about $58 million there. Individual payments for housing funded by the division are facilitated, as Paul mentioned, the Supported Housing Connection. And they're also known as the SHC, and I'll use that acronym a little bit moving forward. The division housing subsidies are meant to be a bridge subsidy until a person can obtain more permanent rental assistance, but there is no time limit on how long a person can use a division subsidy. So nobody has to worry that there's a sunset date on that. So the SHC is made possible through a partnership through the Division of Developmental Disabilities, the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and our partner department, the Department of Community Affairs, or DCA. And DCA actually operates and the Supported Housing Connection. In that partnership, the division has a housing subsidy unit, and we review eligibility and maintain subsidies for everyone participating in that program. The SHC administers the payments, does the annual recertifications, and for those who do rent from private landlords, they conduct housing inspections for them. Individuals who receive a division housing subsidy are required to contribute 30% of their income towards the rent, with the subsidy taking up the remainder of that. Now, a note on the affordability piece of it, we do recognize we use published rent standards which, for the Supported Housing Connection, which mirror the Department of Community Affairs fair market rents. And we do recognize the feedback that those rents are low. That is what we strive for to have congruity with, because our program is a bridge program to more permanent forms of rental assistance. Now, moving on, you can imagine with 26,500 individuals with disabilities that the division serves, services and supports needed for a person to be successful will vary from person to person. That's because some people need minimal supports to be successful in the community, and other individuals require more extensive around-the-clock services and supports. When considering housing models and services, the division does all it can to meet the needs of all the people that it serves. To meet those diverse needs, the division works to support the development of diverse housing options throughout the state. Some of the ways we do that are through partnerships with the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. That's to support the development of special needs set-aside units and tax credit programs. We also work with HMFA on projects financed through the Special Needs Housing Subsidy Loan Program, the Special Needs Housing Trust, and we also work with them on Section 811 Project Rental Assistance Set-Aside vouchers as well. The division also releases on its own requests for proposals for various housing options to provide funding for people with whether it be acute medical or behavioral health challenges as well. We also engage federal partners for further expansion of housing opportunities. An example of that is the division's participation in the National Association of State Health Policy, the Health and Housing Institute. And we do that along with some of our system partners within the Department of Human Services, including the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services, the Division of Aging Services, the Division of Medical Assistance and Health Services, and then also our partners at DCA. Together, that group takes a closer look at housing services, delivery systems, and investment in the production of affordable housing. Through our partnership with the legislature and due to the advocacy of many people in this room, the division has been able to make significant investments in the expansion of housing opportunities for people with IDD. Now, we still have work to do, and this is not something that we should rest on, because as Paul and others have stated, we do need to have housing options available where people want them. It's not enough to have just an option for them. It needs to meet their needs. So some examples of some funding opportunities that we have been able to engage in are funding for the development of new community-based behavioral health stabilization homes located in different parts of the state. Those are programs that support individuals with IDD who present with intense behavioral health challenges that cannot be effectively managed in their current living arrangement. That can be living at home with their family or in a residential setting. Those homes have clinical expertise to stabilize crises and complete diagnostic assessment services and supports to both stabilize the individual and provide transition support upon discharge back to their original placement or with the permission of the individual and their guardian to a new placement. Another area is, and this is through participation in the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Money Follows the Person program. The division has been able to invest funding to create more homes for individuals with acute medical and or behavioral health needs. Just in this past year, we approved 54 provider-managed homes that will provide over 200 beds throughout the state to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Another area that we recently received funding for and released a RFP for was to create community-based housing for individuals that are electing to live outside of nursing homes. And we've created over 57 beds or funded the development of 57 beds for those individuals and are going to be doing more in that area over the coming months. Also, we received funding to redevelop the division's existing emergency capacity services beds. Those beds have been around for quite a while, and what they do is provide residential supports and services for individuals with IDD who find themselves in an emergency situation, for example, the loss of a caregiver. And we work when those beds were developed some time ago, just the needs of individuals and inflation in the state have moved forward, so we receive some additional funding to redevelop those beds. So now I'd like to take some time, just a few minutes, and talk about the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services Home and Community-Based Services, or HCBS, settings rule. And the reason why I'm talking about that is I want to demystify that. We've done a lot of work around this to make it more flexible, to make it work for people in New Jersey. But it's important to go over what the rule says so we can talk about how we are approaching that within the state of New Jersey. So the HCBS settings rule requires that settings that receive HCBS funding must meet several criteria. First, it needs to be integrated in the greater community. The setting must support the individual's full access to the greater community, including opportunities for employment, employment and work in competitive integrative settings, their ability to engage in community life, control personal resources, and receive services within the community. The setting is selected by the individual from different setting options, including disability and non-disability specific settings. Again, one size doesn't fit all, and we want to make sure that people have options there. The setting ensures the individual's right to privacy, dignity, respect, and freedom from coercion and restraint. The setting optimizes individual initiative, autonomy, and independence in making life choices, including daily activities, physical environment, and personal associations. And the setting facilitates individual choice and control over control for the persons that live within it to the same extent available to those that don't receive HCBS funding. Now, there's an additional set of criteria for those that reside in settings that we call provider managed, and those are really operated by an agency, like a group home or supervised apartment. So those additional areas that we need to make sure we're in compliance with are the individual needs to have a lease or another legally enforceable agreement that provides similar protections, have privacy in their living unit, including lockable doors, choice of roommate, and freedom to furnish and decorate the unit, have the right to control their own resources, the right to visitors at any time, and the right to have that setting physically accessible to them. Now, I do want to say that I mentioned a lot of areas there, and we do recognize that everyone with a disability is different. Some individuals, for example, there's a requirement that a person has access to food at any time. We know there are individuals with disabilities where access to food, they can't necessarily tell when they're full, and they can actually hurt themselves. So any restrictions just need to be documented in the individual service plan. The point of this is the floor that the division needs to make sure every person has access to. And it can be adjusted based on that person. So all states were required to come up with a statewide transition plan to outline how the state will come into compliance with those rules. And after a number of years of work on that plan, this was actually released in 2014, and it took CMS 9 years to close that for all the states in the nation. But through a lot of work with that, including stakeholder feedback and opportunities for public comment, we received initial approval of our statewide transition plan in February of 22, and final approval in January of 23. So we engaged with stakeholders and CMS on the development of implementation of a plan and made numerous adaptations along the way. This evolution improved New Jersey's ability to review housing development that falls outside traditional models, which is in New Jersey is traditionally a 4-person group home, and gives more weight to the individual experience in the setting instead of focusing on the setting itself. And that is what this is about. When we talk about community integration, it's not that everybody needs to be out in the community 4 hours a day. It's that to the extent that's right for that person in that day is what they do, just like any of us. We don't feel like going out, we don't go out. We want to go out, we have the option to do that. So key themes of our statewide transition plan include person-centered planning, separation of housing and services, individual choice, our conversion to fee-for-service, providing the opportunity for housing subsidies, and increasing service options to include self-direction. Now, in the original STP under the previous administration, housing options for new sites were viewed as inflexible by many people, including myself. There were density limits on the number of people that could live in settings, the number of people with IDD who could live in settings, and there were direct prohibitions on campuses, farmsteads, and the like. So the division heard loud and clear, when we came into the new administration, the rigidity that the previous statewide transition plan showed for individuals with disabilities, and it did not lend itself to solving for the unique needs of those persons. Some examples of our evolution that we've done with that is we now have no specific prohibition on campuses or farmstead. Now the size of the site in and of itself is not the sole determinant of compliance with the rule. And to support those things, we put other elements in place. There used to be a state density review, and that was about the maximum number of people with a disability that could live in a setting. We replaced that with a community integration review. And what that does is look at several different areas when agencies submit that. And it really is to help the division know and help the division partner with an agency to know that the service model at the location is person-centered, that the provider is considering how each individual's needs and preferences will be met, and how they will be supported to ensure that they have the same opportunity for community engagement as others who do not receive Medicaid services. And does the setting ensure rights, choice, and tenancy protections? So with the flexibility created by our current statewide transition plan that's been approved, the division has engaged with a number of developers and providers who are developing projects that fall outside of the traditional models in New Jersey. Some examples of innovative projects the division has and does support, including projects some of our panelists today are involved with, include IDD housing integrated into larger development projects, purpose-built housing for persons requiring ventilator support, and campus-based intentional community. Anyone with questions about developing housing for people with IDD is encouraged to contact the division so we can determine how we can best support the project. We are here to partner and support people with IDD and their families, as well as potential developers of innovative housing. So in closing, I want to thank everyone for their time today, including Mark Magyar and all the staff at the Sweeney Center on Public Policy. Housing is an important social determinant of health, and it's very refreshing to have a proactive and robust conversation about that topic. And it's through our continued communication and, more importantly, our collaboration that we continue to move the array of services and supports forward for individuals with IDD in our state. I would now like to welcome Melanie Walter, Executive Director of the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and so pleased to have just made it in the nick of time. Really, our banner program for special needs housing is our Special Needs Housing Trust Fund, and that program has become something of a national model. I just shared a copy of it this past spring with the housing director for the state of Nevada, working right now with Montana, because when people see our program, they want to replicate it. Nevada's legislature recently just adopted a very similar model, not with quite as robust funding as we've had here in New Jersey, but they were very excited to get the first step and to see if they could replicate it there as well. All right, so how does our program work? The Special Needs Housing Trust Fund started out as a single-time $200 million appropriation to support the creation of supportive housing. As we've seen with programs over the years, it's great to have one-time funding because you get something started, but then you need to have continuing funding and predictable funding to make a program work. $20 million a year lets us plan. We have a pipeline of developers who understand supportive housing, who work with all different populations of need across the state, and who are able to plan for an extra 50 or 100 units in their portfolio every couple of years. Now, one of the neat things about the recapitalization, and I have to say I was so excited to come down to the Sweeney Center for this because really the Senate President was a tremendous champion of this program and was able to help us lock in that $20 million a year funding. And when we first had the discussions about appropriations, there's always the concern in New Jersey that you have to have a new appropriation each year. There's constitutional cases that have held that you can't bind future legislatures. So either you're going back every year asking for the same money again and again and hoping it comes through, at which point we're not planning, there's no reliable anything, it could disappear tomorrow. Or we're doing something that locks it in for the long term. So the really special thing about the Supportive Housing Trust Fund was that the resources were committed from a dedicated revenue stream that comes through before dollars hit the budget. And so every single year we know that $20 million exists because part of the realty transfer tax and drunk driving fees that are collected around the state support that revenue. And so before anything else gets to cover, other state programs or needs, we know we have this money for supportive housing. That's a really unique thing about the way that this was structured, and it's what makes it so effective. Thanks. So, the structure of $20 million doesn't sound like it's that much, but you have to understand that when we're talking about affordable and supportive housing, we're leveraging federal resources. When we have a 9% award, that's covering 70% of your project costs before we put in these resources. If you have a 4% award, we pair that with tax-exempt bonds, and the 4% tax credit is covering 30% of your project costs. So what this money does is close the gap on a set aside of units that are specifically going to support supportive housing needs. Now, we can do this two ways. One is in a group home, where the entire project, usually 4 to 6 bedrooms, is going to be essentially codependent with internal resources, case management, shared meals, and really having that kind of direct community household experience. Or we have it as part of a larger development where we set aside a minimum of 5 units, a maximum of 25% of units, for a total potential investment of $4 million into a larger development. When we do that, we make sure that there are offices, community spaces, on-site case management and care, all of which are components that help us to make sure that the supportive housing is integrated into the larger community but has direct resources that meet the needs of the residents. Now, we've seen this be extremely successful, not only because of the long-term planning resources, but because we made it mandatory, and not a lot of places do that. So any new development that receives a penny of subsidy from HMFA is required to provide at least 5 units of supportive housing. And along with that, they have to submit a plan for the supportive services on site before they can be approved for a single dollar of our funding. This radically changed the game. In fact, last year, we had our biggest year ever for the production of supportive housing. We did 36 new bedrooms in group homes and 587 apartments across the state. That was really a record year for us, using that $20 million and deploying about $200 million in other states' subsidy, which helped to leverage those resources. Right now, our leveraging rate is about 17 to 1 for every state dollar. So we're getting $17 in federal resources and private capital for every dollar that we directly invest. It really is one of the most efficient ways to produce supportive housing resources that is used anywhere in the country. And it's been very exciting for us. As you'll see up here, we do set out parameters for the way things need to be structured. We want to make sure that there are vouchers paired because we do not cover the rents as part of this. This is really the capital and services components. So we want to make sure that we have a DDD voucher or a DOH voucher or a straight Section 8 voucher that can support the rental across the property for that 30 years. The other great thing is that that helps you with underwriting. So a lot of times we're asked why we don't do grants, why we do loans. Well, one, our statute says we can't, but there are really good reasons for that. When you're talking about tax credit projects, one of the things that people don't realize is that when you're trying to leverage a 4% credit in particular, you can have pretty much unlimited project basis as long as the costs justify themselves. When you start putting grants in, it's restricting your project basis, which means you are less able to take advantage of those federal credits. If it's a loan, you're able to have cost basis that falls within the project. So what it's doing is really, it's a soft subsidy cash flow loan. Nobody's coming after you for this today. It's paid out of cash flow over the next 32 years. So if you have money left over after operations, those funds come in to repay this loan, 25% or 50% of those, depending on your your loan agreement and the year that you were in the program. Now, what that allows then is that you can maximize what you're putting into the building. We see absolutely beautiful supportive housing units, and so I want to move forward a little bit to give you a sense of what the result is. Talked about a bit of this already, but these are your basic categories for what the priorities are in the allocation of funds. So when you're operating a building, working with any particular population, we actually require 45 years because what that amounts to is really 30 years before there's a possibility of a qualified contract. So we're guaranteeing 30 years of affordability, but we're contracting for 45 and hoping that we get there because we're going to work with people to refinance and restructure at that 30-year mark. We understand that buildings wear down over time, so once you get past the point where you could resyndicate a tax credit deal, we're looking at ways to preserve the property by reinvesting, usually minimum of $35,000 a unit, re-tax credit allocation of those 4%, and get that property refreshed to get you another 30 years. And so when I talked about that 587 projects, 587 units last year, that's across 214 projects because we have been able to we've gone up 50% a year. So we went up 2 to 4, 100% that year, and 4 to 6 last year in terms of the number of units produced. So 200, 400, 600, pretty good progression overall. Now, I don't want you to think we're doing 800 this year. I think 6 is really going to be steady state and a very solid outcome for us. Long term, depending on whether there's additional federal resources available, I'm expecting us to be able to produce at least 400 units every year going forward as long as these funds remain available. It isn't just creating affordable homes, though. It's creating community integration, opportunities to participate in cooking demonstrations, in community room and gym settings with other residents. And it's creating a tremendous number of ongoing jobs. You have maintenance, operations, case management. You have your care team on site for OT or PT. We have different properties that have contracted for counselors to come in, particularly with our disabled veterans. There are some great organizations doing work in that space. And I look at projects like Project Freedom in Mercer just did a refresh when I talk about resyndicating. The very first project that they did in Mercer County just hit 30 years and was in rough shape and needed to be completely recapitalized. Well, I have to tell you, I walked in and immediately thought it looked like something in downtown Colonial Williamsburg. It was beautiful. Everything from the landscaping to the roll-up curbs to the very, very wide doors, zero-barrier kitchens. Everything was laid out in a way that shows the best of what new design can be, even though it was a rehab. And so that was very exciting. And what we saw with that property was that those permanent jobs ended up being things that were as crazy as the person who had to walk the dogs for everybody while they were out because they had to leave their units for 2 weeks during the rehab. Well, if someone has a service dog that can't be in the hotel with them or they can't get in and out of the hotel easily, who is going to walk that dog? And so the staff who normally would be managing office operations found themselves connecting the people's cable back up, setting up their Ring doorbells, walking their dogs, helping move luggage. But the level of community involvement and commitment meant that went off without a hitch, despite a really intensive relocation process for over 30 residents. And when you think about the statewide impacts, it's not just the housing for those individuals or the security for their families. It's not just the jobs that are created. It's also just widespread economic impact. These supportive housing units alone, since the program was recapitalized, have provided $1.48 billion in state new development. When you think of a state budget that today is over $50 billion, this is a pretty substantial contribution in terms of creating that economic engine for our state. You know, across our entire portfolio of housing, this past year, we produced somewhere around $5 billion in new construction value. We have about 150 deals in the pipeline, representing 11,000 new apartments, about 600 of which are supportive housing, and total construction value on that's going to be about $5 billion. Now, this all sounds great, but how do we actually generate a project? How do we work with you, right? Because tax credits are kind of crazy. When we start talking about 4s and 9s and percentages, I know it makes people a little nervous. Well, we have credit officers on our team who understand that people providing social services and working with communities are not necessarily people who are great with numbers, right? As the lawyer of the bunch, I share that. So when we have to do math, I call on the team. We have credit officers who are assigned from the start to every project. And these are individuals who are very talented underwriters, who are very mission-based, who will work to figure out how to make the project happen within the confines of the IRS rules and the HUD rules and our programmatic obligations. They take meetings early on. As soon as you have a project structured, we invite people to come in and meet with us. Now, we have a lot more flexibility in meeting with people when they're looking for a 4% tax credit with subsidy, as opposed to a 9% tax credit. Because the 9% process is highly competitive, we are not able to take project meetings during the application timeframe. So if you're thinking about your very first tax credit project, I strongly encourage you to think about structuring as a 4, coming in, talking with us, meeting with the team, and getting a real sense of how this works. There are also substantial advantages in terms of experience points. If you have done some tax credit deals before and we're kind of comfortable with the model, comfortable with the process, we know you can fill out the application. And so having done a couple of those 4% projects hand in hand with the agency can help you to be ready to submit an independent 9% application. Now, special needs housing, particularly projects that are that 25% affordable supportive housing units, those end up being very competitive in our 9% round because we have a set aside. So we have at least 2 projects every year, it's about 20% of our credits, that are specifically allocated for supportive housing projects. We know that there's a tremendous need in New Jersey, and so we want to make sure that we are always allocating our most precious resource, that 9% credit, to support that need. So I'm going to take you through a few of our successful recent projects in this area, but I also want to just give you a sense of why I think we pay attention to supportive housing so much in New Jersey compared to other places around the country, and to give you an idea of how much of a leader we've really been. You know, New Jersey, families move here sometimes, or will move to certain counties in New Jersey because there are such wonderful services available. I grew up down the street from Katzenbach, which was the state school for the deaf. And so I always had to laugh because a lot of us learned to sign because our friends signed. And so we'd be sitting in band, signing to each other when we're not supposed to be talking. And the band instructor would be going, stop it, right? And you know, it was kind of interesting because you saw that level of just day-to-day mainstreaming that gave kids a really wonderful exposure and opportunity. And so seeing new projects go up across our state that make sure that you have that kind of community access, inclusion, opportunity is something that I guess is very near and dear for myself. It's been very close to the hearts of many of our legislators. And so in other states where there's a lot of pushback around any affordable housing, and particularly whether there's a need for congregate care, I think that there's sometimes a greater understanding here because people see the impact that it has on individuals and families' lives. You know, I have friends who I recall as kids when they would date, like in high school, saying, well, I'm going to have to take care of my sister. So is that going to be a problem if we end up together someday, right? And I think it's pretty wonderful that we're creating housing opportunities that mean that no one's ever going to have to worry about that. When we're saying we're creating 600 new apartments, what we're doing is creating 600 opportunities for independence and support. And so that's a mission that I really, it's very easy to sell because it's something that resonates with people. And that means so much to individuals when they are looking for things to say that they supported as legislators, as public policy minds. And so I think when we do supportive housing work, It's one of the easiest things to get built in New Jersey, which is kind of a funny thing to say. You know, it's not that it's cheaper. They tend to be more expensive apartments, right? We require a lot of subsidy, but people care and people are excited about this work. And so we've been very fortunate in being able to draw in resources, attention, and municipal approvals. You know, you get bonus points when you build supportive housing as part of the existing COA rules. And as we're updating UHAC right now, we were tasked by that as part of the new A4 legislation. It's something that we know is going to remain in place because it is such a tremendous need. So when you're working with towns, thinking about their fair share obligations, when you can help them meet that need through supportive housing, it's something people are very open to and very excited about. So I hope that as we head into the 2025 round, whatever the other stressors there may be, I hope and I believe that we're going to see a lot of interest in supportive housing because everyone knows it's something that's important to making a community work here in New Jersey. So we'll be there to help with every one of those projects along the way. Don't hesitate to come in and see us. And here are a few of the beautiful projects that have been finished in the last couple of years. And you can see we have some that are group home settings. And they're beautiful little homes and neighborhoods and completely outfitted to make things really possible and workable for the residents. And then you have properties like this one that are larger scale, typically have a component of low and moderate income townhomes, and then we always try to put first floor units for DDD or DOH vouchered clients so that you can have roll in, roll out access if needed. And the great thing about these is that you have that community center and really a great mixture of different community types. So thank you so much for having me today. I really appreciate your time. I hope that as you're thinking about planning and financing your next deal, you come in and talk to HMFA. We've been doing this for a while. I think we've refined it in the last few years, and we have the money to help you forever. Thank you.
I'm Mark Magyar. I'm the director of the Sweeney Center for Public Policy. This conference came together in part out of concerns by the Legislative Disability Caucus as to what they can do legislatively to address the gap in housing for those who fall between traditional group homes and the developmental centers in terms of need. As we've put in some of our discussions, the 5% who are the gap in that continuum of care. I just want to ask, being we have our top state officials here, if you had one recommendation for the legislature, is it on a bipartisan basis? Others real bipartisan support and bipartisan interest in this issue. What would it be? Would it be funding? Would it be changes in the laws? Are there programmatic changes? Are there Medicaid waivers we need to speak? I'll start with the Assistant Commissioner first.
Hello? Oh, testing? Okay, it does work.
Good.
Wasn't sure.
It works.
So, I want to be careful, I don't really, divisions don't generally,
I know.
dictate things for legislature. But I think one piece that's been loud and clear and is really universal is affordability of housing. I know that the Department of Community Affairs does all it can to have those housing vouchers be affordable, but it does work through federal housing urban resource development. So if there could be any work done to help increase those rent amounts so people have just more options within the state.
Okay.
That would be one thing.
Paul?
Just one recommendation?
Several, but under time constraints because we do have another panel coming up.
Sure, no, I appreciate the opportunity, the question. If I had to make one recommendation to the Legislative Disability Caucus, it would be to take a very hard look at the children's system and look at the residential treatment options that are available to children 21 and under, and that should be. And I'm talking about out-of-home placements, and I'm also talking about in-home supports. There really is a dearth of sort of supports and resources for families with children, and I think that's, if I had one recommendation, that would be it.
Melanie?
So I'm actually going to sneak in two. The first one is related to funding and support for families. One thing that we found that was kind of amazing was when we built the Barclay Street property in Patterson, which is a large supportive housing property for individuals with chronic health conditions. We thought it was going to be mostly couples or singles. It turned out to be parents with kids. The parents had chronic health conditions and needed a tremendous amount of support. And so that's something that I think gets overlooked a lot in this space. But you do have families that really need more than a one-bedroom. And so when you're looking at your models for new construction or when you're looking at a rehab, thinking about that is critical. And that's really just, I think, a very overlooked part of our work. We just started doing grandparents raising grandkids buildings as well for kind of a similar reason. The other thing I always suggest looking at, because it came up recently, and it was something I don't think any of us had come across, is that standards right now require first floor residences as kind of the only way to do a DD voucher or a DOH voucher. With the new storm rules and flood rules that are coming up, and with some of the recent incidents that we had during Ida, sometimes that's not the best answer, particularly in flood-prone areas. So I think that we should really collectively be thinking about ways to ensure that we have safe places that are not at flood level for individuals, particularly with mobility challenges.
Great. Thank you very much to our panel. We appreciate your insights. If I could get the next panel up, please. Thank you. We're going to speak from the microphones here. Pick a chair. Anywhere. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next two panels are providers and parents and advocates and who are working directly in the field in a variety of different types, providing a variety of different types of congregate housing programs, or involved in developing them. In the interest of time, I'm not going to do long introductions. I could. I'm going to go right to. I'm going to go first to Eric Eberman, who's the executive director of Devereux Advanced Behavioral Health, New Jersey. Devereux was always the standard. Back when I was a reporter covering developmental disabilities for the Bergen Record in the late 1980s. Eric?
All right. Hi, everybody. Just a little bit about Devereux. Just want to give you an overview of.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Devereux, New Jersey is just one of 13 centers that Devereux Advanced Behavioral Health nationally runs, one of the bigger centers. We have basically 4 service lines, but probably 97% of what the work we do is with adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the state. So we serve about 500 individuals throughout the state in 70 group homes and about 11 day programs. And we like to say we're basically from High Point to Cape May. I had a couple of people that I was talking to earlier. They said, "Where are you located?" And I'm like, everywhere, basically. We are really everywhere throughout the state. So we, which is a good thing, but also makes things challenging in terms of, sort of getting around and placement at times too. But we do have options throughout the state of New Jersey. The 2 other service lines that we do have, we have a small therapeutic foster care program that serves about 30 children in South Jersey. And then we also have an even smaller Devereux consultant group that provides autism and psychiatric assessments too. So. And that's Devereux. That's a whole.
What have you learned? What has Devereaux learned from serving such a diverse population that would apply specifically to our talking, I'd say, about the 5% who are the most difficult to serve currently?
Yeah. Yeah, I think two things in terms of lessons learned. Paul stole my first one, but he's dead on. And I think, we talk about adults and we talk about housing and settings, and then with this lack of placements. But it also, we have to take a step back. And I do agree with Paul that the legislature should focus on the children's system. I think we're at a point with the adult system where we're seeing an influx of adults with high behavioral acuity, high medical acuity, partially because I don't think the children's system has the resources to provide them the correct services when they're younger. So we're seeing, from a referral standpoint, a number of adults coming into the system needing services that sometimes we can't properly serve in a group home setting. So that's why we're talking about innovative housing models too. But I do think we have to look backwards a little bit into the children's settings to see what we can do there. Secondly, and this is something that I think most of you know, is that community integration is not dependent on the setting, right? And that's why we're here talking about that, right? I've been in this field for 27 years providing services for children and adults with intellectual disabilities in community and campus-based settings. I've had experiences in which those individuals in campus-based settings were much more integrated in the community because of the services and the proximity pieces, right? So if we have good services within those programs, we're doing community integration, right? If we have a proximity of an area which we have all of these other services around, we can get in and out very easily. I've seen group homes in the middle of nowhere where you can't get to anything. There's nothing around there, or the services in those group homes are just not great either. So,
Great.
oh, thank you.
Great. Our second speaker is Amanda Duva-Gannon, who's the Director of Community-Based Behavioral Health Stabilization Homes, which is a very long title, by the way, for a VAI Incorporated. And VAI just recently received a grant, I guess, in the last month from the Division of Developmental Disabilities. You want to talk about that and your program? Thank you.
So I'm with YI. So YI has a bigger footprint. Our roots are in New York. We also have a large presence now in California. So we have now, as of 2021, we entered into New Jersey services, and we started off with the Crisis Stabilization Home Proposal, RFP. So we have 2 of those homes operating currently, and we're learning quite a bit. We continue to learn, and then we also started to dive into some of these other streamlines. So we also are now working with some supportive apartments, supervised apartments, and also standalone behavior services. We have a very small branch there too. So do you want me to go into the crisis homes now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the crisis homes are this temporary placement for people that Jonathan had mentioned earlier. They're the people that are not able to be effectively supported in their current living arrangement, whatever that is, whether it's with family or with another provider. Just in terms of the data, we have had 7 admissions directly from hospitalizations, as well as then from New Lisbon Developmental Center as sort of like a step-down program. So, we are a very clinical, trauma-informed model. We have a psychiatrist part of our team, we have BCBAs, we have nursing, we have program supervisors. All of our staff go through a pretty robust kind of training model. We are using a couple of different curriculums, such as UCARU, which is the trauma-informed crisis response curriculum. We use also Kevin Walsh's crisis management curriculum for emergency situations. Everyone goes through the RBT training, so we do have that piece as well, with quite a bit of ABA behavioral supervision happening as well. With the UCARO training, it really highlights our vision or our guiding philosophies of combining ABA with trauma-informed care. And so trauma-informed care is definitely something that we're going to probably talk a bit more about. But we have to, I think this is an area that sometimes we are missing when we're working with the adult population. When people that have gone through the UCARO training or just have done any basic research into trauma-informed care, these statistics do not lie, and they are very frightening of what's going on out there. And so now we are working with people that have this tremendous history of potentially experiencing trauma or at least witnessing trauma. And our staff are not always, not everyone understands and has the training to be able to support someone who does have that kind of history. So that's something that we can definitely talk a bit more about too.
I think we're going to talk about that right now because we're going to a Chris Menente who runs the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services, and in our discussions prior to the panel, you were focused totally on that particular issue. Chris, you want to talk about your program a little bit, but then really pick up on Amanda's point.
Absolutely. So, as Mark said, I'm Dr. Christopher Menente, and I am the founding executive director of the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services, which we created just a short 8 years ago, back in 2016, with an explicit focus on addressing the many contributing factors to this crisis that exists for autistic adults and their families. And that this crisis is not that there are so many autistic adults, but that all of those people are not being provided the opportunities to succeed and thrive in their home communities. And as all of you know, this is a very complex issue. That's why we've devoted an entire day to speaking about this. But essentially, you know, the RCAAS was founded on the premise that the biggest driver of this crisis is the absence of a professional field of practice surrounding this work. I love that the children's system keeps coming up in conversation as something that we should look to when thinking about the adult system. And I agree completely, because the children's system is largely influenced by the field of special education. Because again, children are school aged, and of course, the field of special education, you know, this year is essentially, you know, turning 50 years old or so. You know, with the original passage of IDEA back in 1974, that kicked off the need for the professionalization of a workforce and settings and research to support highly effective practices in teaching and helping children with disabilities. And of course, you know, Rutgers had the first university-based school for kids with autism, founded in 1972, and many of you are probably familiar with the Douglas Developmental Disability Center, or DDDC. So RCAS's founding is kind of a continuation of this legacy that we have at Rutgers in supporting autistic people. So the RCAS has 4 core programs which support people with autism across the spectrum. Our SCALE program is a comprehensive adulting program. It is fully individualized, fully community-based. We have 37 adults in that program today, which range in age from 23 to 50. And we have representation at every single budget tier, from A tier all the way to E with acuity. And so that is really a demonstration that all people with autism can succeed if given optimal, individualized, high-quality supports provided by highly trained staff assigned at the correct ratios. We also have a college support program which supports autistic and other neurodivergent college students at Rutgers. We have a psychological services clinic that provides mental health care that's co-occurring with you know, autism and other forms of neurodivergence. And then we have our intensive outpatient clinic, which is our newest unit, which I do want to take a moment to thank the division and Jonathan Seafried in particular for their support in creating, as far as I know, the world's first intensive outpatient clinic explicitly devoted to supporting individuals with the most complex, most dangerous, challenging behavior, age 21 plus. And so we've been running that program. Dr. Julia Iannacone, who's with me today, is the director of that program. Been running it for about 2 years now and have had some tremendous outcomes in helping adults with autism that have this very dangerous, challenging behavior become stable and actually be able to re-enter the community and start pursuing their life goals again. So all of those programs are meant to not only show what's possible with excellent quality services, but also to function as a staff factory. For us, it's critical at the university that we're training cohorts of staff that are interested in doing this work so that all of the other programs in the state have a highly qualified workforce of direct support professionals, managers, and future CEOs to pull from when they have open staffing positions. And we feel that this is the proactive approach forward that would actually help us kind of address this larger crisis.
Great. That was sort of the concept behind the Academy for Neurodiversity that Dr. Keating talked about earlier in the introduction, with the idea if you can put these programs on a college campus, you can tap into like interns. You need to tap into nurses in training. You can tap into the medical school on a campus. And that's something we're going to come back to talk about more later. Maria Finnegan Hurley is a parent advocate. I know I'm speaking to the 200 parents who are online. I know that you are all advocates as well. Mary, I heard from every 3 weeks until this conference got underway, starting last February. She is probably the mother of the conference. Mary, you want to talk a little bit about your own journey? Thank you.
You can hear me? This is like, whatever, yes. I'm very happy to be here today, and as you gave my name and so forth, I am the mother of Sean, who is 31 years old, and he has severe autism and mental illness, which is the other dual diagnosis, which we don't often talk about. There are 3,500 individuals. I took these statistics from DDD 2023, that there are 3,500 individuals within the state that have co-occurring severe autism and mental illness. My first point that I would like to say is a lot has been talked about severe autism, and there's a lot of literature to read about that. But what I'd like to focus on in talking now is that I would like to see more effort put into collaborating with the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services to see what interventions there could help the mental illness component of my son's diagnosis. Because as he's grown older, I have found that the problem is the mental illness, that, if it's bipolar or schizophrenia, trying to get a psychiatrist to have an appointment, how to deal with that. The other big piece, there's two more pieces. There's going to be the trauma aspect, and the third part is that as parents that are 65 and older, our view of life is finite. There's only so much time that I can get things together. So I don't have the luxury of time. So that is very important for me to see to get Sean set. So going back to trauma, I would say that that's a huge risk factor for this population. And I have worked with, I was lucky because I think it was during COVID, Sean had a meltdown, and we were I never went to the emergency room before with him, and he was in the hospital for 6 days because I always guarded against going to the hospital, but it got so bad that I had to, because his psychiatrist in New York always said, try not to do that, because if you do, you will cause him trauma. But the trauma part is that I thought that if I just left, I lived in North Jersey, and I couldn't find a program when he turned as an adult. His program that he was in wouldn't take him because of his behaviors. So I lived in Ridgewood. I had a community, I had family, I had supports, I had everything, but we couldn't find a program. So we moved to South Jersey, and we put him in a day program, but he was targeted and hit in the eye, and he was in the emergency room. So then he had more trauma. But the biggest trauma, I think, for him was leaving where he lived his whole life and having to move down to South Jersey, which in looking at it, it's probably a better environment as far as the not being as crowded. But he has suffered so much trauma that his behavior is very challenging, and his mental illness. So in that regard, I connected with YAI and Amanda, if I must say, and we worked on trauma-informed care, and I became trained in UCARA, which Amanda just spoke about. And I would say that that is a life-saving for me, for Sean to remain in the home, is learning about the brain, learning about how to use UCARA, and how to work on positive behavioral supports has been very enlightening to me. The only caveat I would put is that I would like to see more behavior analysts in New Jersey be trained in trauma-informed care, because that is, I see, not the case. That it's just something that is coming forth now that they're starting to look into. So for me, the big part is to discuss trauma. Mm-hmm. And if you don't know about trauma, I would suggest you read. I don't have my book to put out today. The Body Keeps the Score by Bessel van der Kolk. That was an enlightening book about how the body, how the brain works, and how behaviors come forth. And it's not always explicit, that it can be implicit. So trauma.
I'd like to follow up on that with Eric first. How does Devereaux, how do your programs deal with the, if you take a look at, the State Department of Human Services and its like organizational chart, you have the Division of Developmental Disabilities, and you have the Division of Mental Health in Hospitals. Yet, we have, in the population we're talking about, we have a tremendous overlay of mental health issues, behavioral issues to go along with the developmental disability, often autism in this population. How do you strike that balance in your treatment, and are you seeing the same thing that Mary's talking about here?
Yeah, we are, and we do throughout the lifespan, and it continues, like as Mary mentioned with Sean. I mean, you do see that progression in many cases, and I think the one thing we've done over the last year and a half, 2 years, is really we've certainly grown the size of our clinical team, and then we've also expanded it out too. So we started adding nursing, because we knew there was medical components that needed better oversight, and then there's also the psychiatric component too that we begin to add back like in-house. So I feel like at times we went from a model where we talk about a lot of these innovative housing models that have quick access to medical models and psychiatric models or clinics nearby. And when we went to sort of this community-based housing, we were like, well, you can access your psychiatrist down the road, or you go to the hospital. And they went, well, for some of these individuals, it's not working really well. So that we had to take a step back sort of into adding those resources back in the programs. So we've been doing more of that, and also working in trauma-informed care with our behavior analysts and with our group there too. We have very specific trainings that we have our behavior analysts do in regards to trauma-informed care. So in that approach. So yes, I feel like it was a big jump initially. I know Jonathan said, mentioned how I think restrictive the interpretation of the statewide transition plan was when it initially came out, and I think we all have stories about that. But since then, and to give Jonathan credit and his team, they really have provided a lot more flexibility. So we're sort of finding, I think, a middle ground right now, hopefully. But we found that we do need to add, more enhanced clinical services to really properly treat and oversee some of these high medical and behavioral acuities within, our population.
Is there Is there a difficulty in getting a funding, a reimbursement for these broader services? I know we often need a Medicaid waivers. We have to be aggressive about going for Medicaid waivers. But are you, as you expand these services, are they covered adequately for a reimbursement?
No.
I didn't think
they're
so.
not.
Okay.
But so I will tell you that there's certainly you have a luxury at times of, I think we do as Devereaux and some of the large organizations, where you can sort of kind of build that into your clinical model and kind of go like, we'll figure it out. But the bottom line is we need it, right? We need a clinical model that's robust, right? We can't just have just sort of one road or one service being provided when we clearly need medical services and oversight in certain areas and psychiatric services. We have to be able to do that. And, I think this is, in many cases, scale helps in many cases, so we've been able to do that. But I know that many smaller providers really struggle with that, right? Because they don't have that scale, and they don't have other resources to lean on, and they've struggled, I think, out of COVID, and you saw a lot of providers start to close shop because of it.
I'd like to follow up with both you and with Amanda because Devereaux and YAI are working in multiple states, and Amanda, you're coming right out of New York for most of your career. Are there other states that are doing this differently or better, that should be models for us as we look at how to address this population? I'll come to Chris on that afterwards too.
So I would say it's just a little bit different. I can speak mostly to New York because that's where I did spend a lot of my career. But for New York, so on the one hand, there's no tiers, so you don't have acuities. So you're kind of tied to the same rate across the board. So that's obviously problematic because different people have different levels of needs. They need more intensive clinical supports, and that's just, you have to kind of figure that out. In New York, you also are not allowed to discharge people as a provider. So that's a big piece too. And on the one hand, it's definitely risky, but on the other hand, it also, you can argue, well, if this provider is unable to meet this person's needs, why should they have to try to figure out supporting them in a home where they're saying they don't have the resources? So, it's just a different kind of dynamic. What I will say is that working with the clinical services unit since we started, and we've been working with them pretty collaboratively for the stabilization homes specifically, and I mean, they've been a great resource. They've been a great interactive, collaborative team that's really allowed us to, I think, in large part, have some of the success that we've been able to have because we've been able to be very transparent. We've been able to talk very openly about some of the obstacles that we are facing, and then thinking about things and analyzing it really on a biweekly meeting with them of bigger picture. How do we translate what we're doing in the crisis homes into the larger scope of practice out there, and what can we do to support other providers even on meeting those needs and these changing needs that we're seeing? So I would say there's some differences there that it's not really apples to apples right now.
Yeah, we see the same thing, Eric. Devereaux's in multiple states, so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not in the other states, but just from conversations that we had, I mean, we have Devereaux homes in New York, and I've heard that exact thing. But there's definitely a shift in, if you go state to state, Pennsylvania, and just how business is done, how, Medicaid is administered, those federal funds are divvied out. It's very different, how states plan to do that,
Is it a matter of being aggressive in going for Medicaid waivers, or what do we need to, what would we need to do on a state basis to?
I mean, I think the bigger thing is, I think we're pretty fortunate in the adult system here. I mean, I think we have a pretty good system that I think the bigger thing is to ensure that we keep up with the rate increases on an annualized basis, right? So I mean, that's probably the biggest thing we struggle with, is to make sure. I mean, this year, this year was a tough state budget overall, and there's a lot of conversations of be happy you got something kind of thing, because a lot of people, didn't, got cut out of the budget, but, there were a lot of cuts being made, but, we got a very small rate increase, so that's, we're going to struggle going into next year. So just making sure that we keep up with those rate increases. And like I said, we have, DDD has been, like their level of flexibility and willingness to work with providers has been really off the charts. I think, and almost somewhat unprecedented, I think, for sometimes state departments in many ways.
Chris?
Yeah, so I would
right up
agree
to you.
across the board. So I would say, I spend a lot of my time advocating for things to be improved and expanded access to services and resources for people who really need it. That said, I think the state of New Jersey is a role model amongst other states in terms of, budget levels. The funding that individuals get here for individual supports, I think, is unprecedented. There's more funding here. We have our own dedicated state-level advocacy organization. Autism New Jersey, has been here for 50 years as well. New Jersey's been a leader at this, forever. To have our own ombudsman. The work that Paul is doing to represent us, and as Eric said, the division, I think, aspires towards continued evolution. I think, for many of us that are working in the system every day, the pain point is it's just not fast enough. Because, this, as I mentioned, this crisis that exists, it's been here for decades. This is a population. We're talking about individuals with autism and other neurodivergence that have the most significant support needs. This is a community of people that have largely felt ignored and kind of abandoned for decades, right? So I think we're circling back and really starting to make some progress, with the creation of, these crisis stabilization homes in our intensive outpatient clinic. But it's a drop in the bucket. It's really, my colleague, Peter Gerhardt, once said that, addressing this is kind of like trying to drain a swimming pool with a turkey baster. So yes, we're amazing in New Jersey. We're a role model, but it's still failing to help so many people who are ending up in the emergency room only to find, healthcare personnel who have no prior training or expertise to help them. And then, of course, they're ending up in the psychiatric, hospital and are getting chemically and mechanically restrained and then eventually discharged, back to providers, who are largely made up of DSPs, most of whom, the extent of their training is, the College of Direct Supports, a few, days of training in PBS, which is largely focused on avoiding severe challenging behavior, not treating it. So I think, we're role models in the country, but, best in class, but I think it's a low bar, unfortunately.
Mary?
I guess what I wanted to say is that I wanted to stress from a parent's viewpoint is that I think there's a lot of parents in New Jersey that may have individuals such as my son, and they could have more severe behaviors, but I have to say that many families in New Jersey, they're alone in their houses trying to deal with somebody that's aggressive, that's hitting them, is causing property damage. They can't go out. It's a horrendous situation. I mean, I sit here today and I got dressed up and I'm like, talking and so forth like that. But it's horrendous. It's a horrendous situation. The toll to be in a home alone and using self-direction. Okay, we do have a large budget. I have a large budget, and I'm self-directing, not because because I want to. I would prefer Sean to be in a robust program where he had meaningful activities during the day. I don't feel that. I mean, I'll use the example like of a farmstead. If you live on a farmstead, you do meaningful activities every day. When you wake up, you know what you're going to do that day. There's great freedom in that. But if you do the way self-direction is now with the ideology is, no, you wake up and what does Tommy want to do today? Does he want to take an art class? Does he want to go here? Does he want to go there? How is the parent in self-direction to organize that schedule, to do all that? hire the DSPs. I don't have training in how to train DSPs. So I have this high budget, and I have to use it. But I want services. I'm looking for services, and I'm also looking for it to be. I think it's great that Autism New Jersey has been here for 50 years, and that's great for the autism part. But what I'd like to bring out today is, why don't we bring the mental illness part in? Why don't we have the National Association on Dual Diagnosis here at the same level, and they're to do with developmentally disabled and mental illness. To me, that's a glaring part, the part that we don't collaborate with the mental health division at the state, because there's interventions there that we could use for our population. And one of them is assertive community training, which there's 12 PAC teams in the state of New Jersey. At one time, 10 years ago, there was a plan to modify that for our group. So just let me backtrack. We're going to have START come into the state, which is a mobile crisis unit for our population. But that's a linkage method. It's going to link us to services. It's going to link me to services. But the PAC teams are actually a dedicated team of a psychiatrist, a nurse, a psychologist, a social worker that surrounds the person and deals with them. So why can't we collaborate more to find out how to help both parts of it, the autism, the severe autism, plus the mental illness component? Because there is mental illness, and it manifests in unbelievable ways. Like, I can't go out into the community sometimes, because if Sean has a flashback, he might think you're Miss Teresi, and he starts to say, Miss Teresi, he's going to hit Miss Teresi. What am I going to do? What do I do by myself in a crowded supermarket when he's going to go hit Miss Teresi? That's every moment of the day. I have to think about that all the time.
Go ahead, Chris.
I just really want to amplify, something that Mary just said, because I run into so many families that are in this situation. It's not a money issue. Mary's son has a very robust budget. She has funding. She can't find anyone who has the training and qualifications that would be necessary to help her son to hire, right? And as a parent who's not a professional, it's now fallen on her to figure this out. Right, and this is essentially, how I started, that, the primary driver of this crisis is a lack of a workforce of highly qualified staff at all levels, from DSP to managers to, organizational leaders, right? For those of us that are up here, right, that have made it this far and have chosen to work with adults, like, we never received college and formalized training in this, in our college years. Like, most of us probably went and got a special education degree because it's the closest adjacent professional field of practice, right? And for all of you sitting here, like, this already, children and adults are different. Right? And I feel silly even having to say that out loud. And it's not just because one is larger than the other, right? Working with adults is far more complex than working with children in controlled environments like schools, right? And so Mary has this budget, right, that's incredible, better than any other state, right, in the United States, and she can't even use it. Right? So, and that feeling of powerlessness that a parent has, like, I have this budget and I still can't find a way to help my son. I mean, that is really the core driver of this crisis that we have to address in a proactive way versus a reactive way.
One of the things that we've talked about quite a bit, I know, internally with NYI and then in different ways together, has been about the emotional intelligence of staffing, and how that is a key kind of indicator as to whether they are going to be able to sustain a position in a pretty complex environment. And that does tie in a lot to the mental health and to the trauma, because it's a very different skill set to be able to kind of look past someone, an individual that you are supporting, who's cursing you out and using racial slurs against you. It's very different to be able to look past that and still support the person versus someone who has significant, physical needs where you need to support them in a physical way to move on and get through a difficult moment. And when we are looking at the staffing and staff training, some of this stuff you can train, some of this stuff you either have it or you don't. And a lot of the people may not have it in those moments or in a sustainable way because you are working in a mentally, physically, emotionally taxing environment. You're working double shifts because we're short-staffed, so you're overworked. So there's all of these things that build on top of each other to really create an environment that, you wonder if we had, some of the staff that are going through the staff factory over here at Rutgers, maybe it's going to look a little differently. Maybe they will be more sustainable in that environment. But how do we also pay for that kind of support? That's a big piece of it.
Yeah, and if you're making the legislation wish list, I don't know if you're keeping that, Mark, but this is the other thing. I mean, to that point, I think workforce development initiatives, for years, and we've been asking the legislation to pass bills to increase every year for the budget to increase DSP wages, and they have, and it's been wonderful. It's been great. The only way we're maintaining that position at this point is workforce development, right? How do we keep them moving through this field? So this is the part where if we invested now back in them, and you have organizations that would then create programs that the funding could go to those programs, and then we could divvy it out and offer it up to employees to draw them in to say, hey, come work for me, right? You can go back to school, you can get your bachelor's degree, you can receive emotional training or whatever. We can provide you with those resources that you would need. So, I mean, that's another thing I think from a legislative standpoint that I know I've focused on with others and we've had conversations about is really like making that long-term investment in our DSPs. We made those investments in wages. Now we need to make those long-term investments in their future.
Let me ask from a content standpoint. What type of training? Most are coming in without any training. You're just hiring directly off the street, and you're doing your own training. Is this something that one of the things we've been working on a lot at Rowan and its affiliated county colleges are certificate programs, on and off ramp programs where you might come in for a year, get a year of training, then you go for your associates if you want to come back. Or, but is there program content that could be adopted by Rowan College of South Jersey? We have a guy right here, a guy, this is for you. Is there content that we should be looking at adopting that we could do in a few courses? That would be, go ahead, Chris, jump right in.
Absolutely, yeah. And so I think the best existing mechanism for training DSPs and giving them a professional certification and ongoing supervision is the Registered Behavior Technician certification. Okay. And so an RBT, Registered Behavior Technician certification, is the lowest level of certification in applied behavior analysis, which again has a national certification board, the Behavior Analyst Certification Board. There are accountability mechanisms built in, which is critical, so 5% of an RBT's time needs to be directly supervised by a board-certified behavior analyst, right? So I think just giving a standalone certification program that doesn't have built-in ongoing continuing education requirements and accountability through supervision and regular evaluation wouldn't be the way to go. So I think an RBT with specific content geared towards adult populations, it only requires 40 hours of didactic coursework. Really? So it's easily, all you need is a high school diploma plus 40 hours of didactic coursework and a hands-on evaluation of your ability to do critical aspects of the DSP job.
And is that being offered, I'll come right back to Mandy, and is that being offered currently?
Absolutely, yeah.
And
so so if you go on the BACB website and look at the evolution of the RBT certification, I think there's now like 76,000 RBTs in the world, and the trend is just going upwards.
Okay.
There's a plethora of online RBT certifications you can take. We offer an in-person intensive version at Rutgers that's also paired with hands-on training. But so the barrier to that in the adult system thus far, again, has been that RBTs require 5% of their time to be supervised by a BCBA. And as Eric was saying, like a lot of the larger programs have the luxury of affording highly trained, specialized clinicians like behavior analysts, but the majority of adult providers wouldn't be able to afford the cost of keeping a BCBA on staff to supervise all of the RBTs they would need to bring all their DSPs up, to that level. Because, 5% of practice time on a weekly basis, it translates to about 90 minutes. So for every individual DSP you had working in that agency, you'd have to have a behavior analyst providing supervision, for about 90 minutes. And BCBA's annual salary are about $80,000 bare minimum. I mean, that's on the low end, and most agencies couldn't afford the number of BCBAs it would take to supervise.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly actually what I was going to hit on, is this other obstacle then is when you're, again, bringing it back to the funding and the pay and making it match. The RBT coursework itself, you can get it online for free. And, usually sometimes, there's some assumptions about an online coursework, but because of all the pieces that are built into it with the direct supervision, you have to complete a competency, and then you also have to go take an exam. So it's a pretty good model. It's a pretty good cert in terms of having it available. It's about sustaining that and making sure that it's being appropriately and ethically also enforced.
Oh, we have a question out there? Yeah, go ahead.
I have been approaching elected representatives and officials for years and wondering why we, at this point in time, don't have programs with community colleges that offer internships for young students to come into family homes and get trained as a DSP. They can also get paid as well, with a paid internship. We have the money to offer that. And why nothing has been done. And we're talking about it today as a possibility, but it hasn't been done.
Let's see a recommendation.
Yeah, completely agree that I think that the opportunity to look at this as a workforce development initiative, where there are lots of early career future practitioners looking for a career path in life, and many of them don't even know that this is available. Remember, I said earlier that there's no professional field of practice around this. Every semester, when I start one of my classes, whether it's undergrad or graduate, I ask everyone, what population do they want to work with when they're finally done with their education. And in 15 years at teaching at the college and university level, I've only ever had 2 people say adults, right? And that's not because little kids are cuter, it's part of it. It's not just because schools pay better, they do, it's part of it, but it's because people don't even see examples of practitioners that have made a career out of this. So you're absolutely right. We need to have pathways for those young people so that they can see a long-term career path towards working with adults across the spectrum of support needs, but for people with significant support needs in particular. Because it's not always the most glamorous job. Like, we really need to do a good job in recruiting and making people understand how important it is and how valued the people who work in those spaces are.
Eric, do you want to? Go ahead, Mary.
Well, I agree with that, what your question is and how do we do that. With the time that we had left, what I wanted to just bring out was that for the families that I talked to, we're here today to talk about models. Families are looking to see about congregate models and intentional communities, as opposed to how I live, in a standalone home. Albeit I have my brother next to me in a house, so if Sean makes noise, he gets the noise, and so forth. But but I don't have. I'd like to be someplace that's on, in a community, within a community where I had access to the clubhouse, I had access to the doctor, a psychiatrist, a BCBA, I'd like to have that around me. There's so many models of how it could be done, and they've been done throughout the country. There's a place in the world, it's a report that you were on. Weren't you on that? And some other people here. And it's a model of all different residential models throughout the country that are coming forth. So someone with severe autism and mental illness, I would like to, many parents have said that. I'm in a 55 and older community. I can go to the clubhouse. Okay, I don't have my doctors there, but they're right over the road. I'd like that for Sean, that he could go out and he could go to the clubhouse, get activity, walk down to the store, as opposed to being stuck in the house where if he goes out, the neighbors are going to get upset. They're complaining that he's making noise. He might hit someone. Like, it's not a life to be, it's not a, how do you live this life? That's what I would say.
What are the barriers? Let's follow up on your question, Mary. What are the barriers to creating more congregate housing? You two both just started. Deborah's been there forever, but Amanda's starting a new program. What are the barriers to getting more congregate housing? We've talked here about models that combine medical and behavioral. Talk about addressing trauma, sensitivity to a trauma. What are the barriers to building this sort of congregate housing, and how can we overcome them?
I think there's a number of them, and we've talked about a lot of sort of models, and I look forward to hearing at the next panel too, about the models that are being proposed. Obviously, just capital upfront costs, just planning, land, access to ensure that we're doing this correctly. So, we look at the spectrum of what the services are currently provided, and we're constantly always. My director of admissions says at times right now, the number of individuals needing placement residentially, it's like when he goes into that portal, it's like drinking out of a fire hose, right? I mean, there's so many individuals, and we have sort of like two options. We have developmental centers that we're trying to obviously depopulate, and we have group homes. And there's just this big center with not much there, right? So I think it's a matter of having these types of discussions, getting these people in the room to have, to say, how can we partner with the division? How can we partner with developers? Like, what models can we do together to make sure that, to Chris's point, we're not just making, like just one small drop in the bucket with this program or, this one RFP or this one model where we're serving 15 individuals, because like I said, there are so many individuals coming into the system. Yeah. Even this year, I think it was like a double graduate. They called it a double graduation year because the COVID bill that allowed everyone that extra year. So we almost had, basically double the individuals coming out of or into the PDD system that needed services. So I think it's a matter of really, I think, was it Dr. Keating, I think, is really mentioned earlier, is to honestly get a group of people together to say, how do we make a bigger impact and make it sooner?
Does let me just follow up on your point. When they closed the Greystone Psychiatric Hospital, which was I think it was the second largest building east of the Mississippi, other than the Pentagon, and one of the things that they did is they built what I would call intentional housing for the mentally ill, and they put together all these homes, built put on this very large circling cul-de-sac, side by side, a full community of group homes. Does it make sense, if we're talking about repurposing or changing how the developmental centers are, to basically, why not use the land at the developmental centers? Why not use the fact we already have medical staff there and create better communities adjacent to these? Is that something that would make sense?
I think in theory, unfortunately, I think a lot of our developmental centers, as we know, like New Lisbon, Vineland,
Far away.
when we talk about proximity to services,
away.
right? So they're not centrally located. So like we talked about earlier, it's really the services that you're providing and the proximity in which you're providing them. So I think you kind of miss that one piece there. But I also think the other thing is in order to really move the bar here is to be flexible enough to have special cases in which you allow partnerships to develop. So, and I referenced this, and I won't go drone on, but Chris and I we had met on an individual who really needed a very unique set of services, and as we talked through this, we were like, this could be a pretty good partnership. Chris provides the upfront services, they provide clinical staff, some expertise into maybe, and we become the transitional service. So I think, I only say that because of what Dr. Keating said earlier too, is like, the genius is in the room. There's a lot of very smart people here with a lot of good intention. And I think if you spend a little bit of time trying to figure out how to do this, we're going to move the needle much quicker than we would otherwise.
Okay. Let me end by asking a question I asked the state officials earlier. The Legislative Disability Caucus invited this conference, in a sense, with the idea that what should they be looking at? What should they be looking at if they're developing legislation, if they're developing programs? What would be your recommendations? I'm not going to limit you to one. What would be your recommendations to the legislature for what they should do to improve services, housing and other services as needed to the 5% population that we're talking about, that's represented by a mayor in a sense?
I've thought about it. I actually, when they had the ARPA funds, when Governor Murphy sent out for the citizens to write in about what they would suggest, I was thinking, wow, maybe it should be, we should look at it from the local level instead of like how I moved from North Jersey to South Jersey and then I caused my son trauma and so forth. Like, why can't we attack it from the local level? Like, local and county have land that they're not using. There's land that's there that we could, build on, that's close to services and so forth. So that was one of the things I thought about, is partnering locally with the town and with the county and tapping into, maybe donating the land because they have the land, and then tapping into the services that are within the town and the county that you live in, and doing it that way, and wrapping it around the person. And also then it would have to be medical. What do you do about the hospital part? Mm-hmm. Because just can I do a quick example? This is not for this population, but in Brick Township, they're going to make a veterans village. Mm-hmm. And it's going to have apartments and it's going to have homes for veterans and their family. They picked that, and then they're going to build, I think the land was donated, and then they're going to build a veterans hospital right nearby, and mm-hmm. there's access to everything. To me, that sounds like a great model. Like, mm-hmm. if the land, there's land out there, the towns have it, the county has it, the state, there's land, mm-hmm. That is available. If everyone could, see about doing that and then incorporating the services. That's first feel.
Mm-hmm.
So I would appeal to legislators to make a substantial investment in a workforce development initiative focused on professionalizing the field of practice surrounding individuals with autism and forming a consortium of colleges and universities throughout the state. So the comment made earlier, how do we do this? So from the community colleges to the most selective, Ivy League universities, like today, an early career practitioner who wants to teach children with special needs can sign up for formalized education and special education at any one of those community colleges to universities. We need a parallel field of practice and training pipeline. And as a part of this workforce development initiative, there also has to be mechanisms for providers to afford hiring these highly qualified people that are going to come out of these college and university-based programs. And again, just to say out loud, that's what's going to bring us away from a putting out fires, reactive approach, which is pretty much all that we do today. Something gets bad enough before we pay attention to it, to a more proactive approach where, you know, the outcomes, the services, the actual quality of life for this population will, you know, start to improve over time. We don't just need to build more places to stick people in. All right? It's what's most important is the quality of services being provided by highly qualified staff within all of those spaces. And it doesn't have to just be congregate, okay, settings. If you improve the quality of staff, those staff can go anywhere, okay? They can help families, like the situation that Mary's in. They can help families in their own homes. The staff are what matters, not the setting, not the number of spaces. That's more of a reactive approach. Too many people, let's build more places for them. That's never going to address the core issue here.
I have to just go ahead and agree with Chris. I mean, I think that, you know, when you're looking at numbers, right? If we want to play the numbers game, if you look at the numbers, it can be a little scary to say that, oh, this is going to cost this much up front. But if you invest in it and you see that more as an investment for a long-term gain, then you're going to see it. If you have to put some money forward first to get the workforce development program up and going, we need more money for clinicians to be able to supervise the workforce that are now more developed. We also need quality clinicians like behavior analysts, but we also need quality nursing. And we lost a lot of nursing during the pandemic because hospitals were paying so much more because they needed nurses in the hospitals. So, you know, there's a bit of this ideology. You just have to be able to invest to then see this long-term game. In 10 years, you're going to see rather a cost start to go down because you're going to have better quality services going on.
Yeah, and I would obviously agree with the workforce development. We already talked about that. But I would also think, you know, along the lines of what Amanda said, too, broadening it, right? And allowing providers to build programs to say, you know, come work at this, for this provider, and you'll have options to become a nurse, a behavior analyst, a manager, whatever your heart desires within the field. You know, we're just giving you a career path that is honestly beyond the DSP, or if you want to remain a DSP, that's great. But there's other options there, too. The second, I would say, and I don't think it's a legislative thing, but I mentioned it earlier, is that there really needs to be a better job done at an early age in the children's system, where we're looking at trying to identify these individuals that are a high risk with challenging behavior and trying to put in preventative methods so that we're not sitting here talking about this fire hose of 21-year-olds coming into the system that have been untreated for 15, 16, 17 years, and then we're like, you know, we don't know where to place them. We don't have, you know, they're not the right settings. They need behavioral services, medical services. There are going to be individuals, obviously, that always meet those needs, but I think we can do a better job at an earlier age in the children's system to come up with some more preventative.
What about psychiatry? We're not talking about that.
Absolutely. I'm talking about I'm talking about services in general.
Because that's the thing that I feel that there's a missing
Right.
component with the mental illness component.
But I think
and what
we've seen though is a lot of times those mental health issues too come on later on.
But
right, too.
Exactly.
So, right.
They come, I can see that. It comes up later on at 15, 16.
Yep.
That's what happened in my case. And then there's not the psychiatry and the help. And people, the psychiatrists don't understand what has happened. And now you're at 31 and you've not gotten the proper treatment when it maybe could have not come to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Chris knows as well too. I mean, it's like, you know, treating a child at 5, 6, 7 with self-injurious behavior is so much easier than trying to treat a child at 22, 24, or an adult, sorry, at that age. It just becomes such more of a complex problem. So if we put a little bit more effort or emphasis there from a preventative standpoint, we'd be much better off.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I think it's a great panel. We're going to, for our online audience, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So if you're home, like in your kitchen, I hit the coffee pot. We're going to start again at 11:15 with our next panel. Thank you very much.
Guy Davidson. I work at Rowan College of South Jersey. Dr. Keating, who you heard from earlier, is a longtime friend of mine and also happens to be my boss. So it's always difficult to follow Fred, but I'll do my best. That said, this topic and all topics surrounding individuals with special needs is something that's very close to my heart. I spent 20 years in the Gloucester County Special Services School District, many of them as principal at Bankbridge Elementary School. My dissertation was actually on preschool disabilities and how to appropriately include them in the educational environment. Spent a long time doing that, and then started at the college right before COVID hit. So it's been interesting trying to get a foothold there. But some of the things that I've heard this morning certainly piqued my interest, and I checked in with Mark, and he said he didn't mind if I maybe addressed some of those topics that we've been working on. So yes, fully, completely, thoroughly agree, workforce needs better training. The people teaching our children, who obviously later become adults, they need a different sort of model than what we've had. To take it a step further, I hear about the plight of direct support professionals, how necessary they are to individuals who have disabilities. The job is extraordinarily difficult work, and it's extraordinarily underpaid. I can't imagine why you would want to do that job when there are so many others where you could do a lot better financially for doing a whole lot less. So individually, me personally, I think that's really something that we need to look at. There have been some initiatives on the part of the state to try and help juice that program a little bit. Still can't find people that want to do it. And I think it goes back to what I just said. You just don't make enough for what you're being asked to do. So I think it kind of starts there. That said, a lot of the programs at the colleges that have been training our educational professionals, they're outdated. So that said, in the short time that I've been at Rowan College, we've really robustly expanded our partnership with the Gloucester County Special Services School District, for example. One of the things that we're doing, in fact, when I leave here today, I have an information session for employees at the Special Services School District who are enrolling at our college while working on the job at the schools for neurodiversity as paraprofessionals, where they can earn a certificate of achievement in neurodiversity and inclusion. What's different about this certificate, yes, it's real college credits. It will take them toward an associate degree, but also locally it can move them up on their educational scale, maybe make a little bit more money. Oh, and by the way, maybe learn some better techniques for teaching our children. I heard a lot about trauma from our first panel. Interestingly, in all my years in education, it took me a long time to get to a spot where I heard anything about it. We were busy with token economies and handing out Skittles and all kinds of stuff to try and impact behavior, and boy, it really opened my eyes when I had outstanding social workers working side by side with us who brought to the forefront the impact that trauma has on all of us, but in particular, children with special needs. So that said, yes, back to my commercial for our certificate. Cindy Forns, who's a social worker, an LCSW with the Gloucester County Special Services School District, has actually begun a course for us at our college. Title is Foundations of Trauma-Informed Practices that Support Social and Emotional Development. What paraprofessional shouldn't be taking that? A follow-up to it is positive behavior supports that has been totally reworked to include trauma. By the way, what you see up on the screen is our Academy for Neurodiversity at Rowan College, supported wholly and thoroughly by the County of Gloucester, which, by the way, is a great idea for any county that wants to show that they care about their citizens with special needs. So you'll hear more about the housing project later, but sitting at the center of the Academy at Rowan College, workforce training. We have the Workforce Development Board right on campus, Dr. Keating's vision. You see the word ACT. That's the Adult Center for Transition. That's the program that was referenced earlier for students who have graduated high school but aren't quite ready for the workforce. They're not quite ready for college courses. That's where my ACT program comes in. Ramon Casanova is our executive director of that. He's just done a tremendous job, also a licensed clinical social worker. We're running everything on this campus through a social work lens as it relates to students with disabilities. Taking it a step further, institutional equity and inclusion, working with the college population as a whole to make sure that everyone understands what's happening on campus and is working to include one another. And of course, unified sports. I'm a lifelong coach. We can't, at some point we have to play a game. So we're doing some things like that. So that's a little bit of my commercial about the things that we're doing. And the Academy as a whole, it's not a place, it's a concept of connecting individuals, organizations, bringing all the best practices together and taking maybe what may have been siloed organizations and individuals and bringing them together and hoping that the collective is a little better than the sum of the individual parts. So that's a little bit about what we're doing. And as your moderator, I'm going to try and step out of the way because we have a fantastic panel here with lots of things going on. And I'd like to begin by introducing Tom Toronto, who is president of the Bergen County United Way, a statewide leader in creating a wide range of housing programs for adults. Tom, would you mind telling us a little bit about your organization?
Sure. I'm going to go quickly. Thank you, Guy, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to go quickly through these slides just to give you a sense of who we are. We are a not-for-profit, 100% affordable housing developer, and we operate pretty much throughout the northern part of the state. You can see that kind of outlined on the graphic above. We have, in the last 20 years plus, completed 44 projects. We build for veterans, we build for seniors, we build for families, and of course we build supportive housing for folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And I would say that we have a particular passion and inspiration to build that style of housing, and more than half of the projects that we've completed are in fact supportive housing. As you can also note, we have now about 28 projects in our pipeline, some of which are already site plan approved. So we have a robust set of projects before us that we're seeking underwriting for. Melanie Walters had mentioned that out of all the units that HMFA expects to underwrite, about 600 units would be supportive housing. I'm thinking that we're, based on our projects and applications to be submitted, about half that number of units are ones that we'll be building. If we can just shoot to the next slide. Just to give you a quick sense, some pretty pictures. We build 4-bedroom group homes. Up above is a particular project that we built up in Ramsey that some of the folks up here on the panel were very helpful with. Purpose-built housing for folks with autism, based on the Opening Doors report that was done some years ago at Arizona State University, led by Denise Resnick. I'm sure a familiar name to many here. and mirrored a project that was being built simultaneously in Sonoma County, California. Down below is one of our largest projects. That's Florham Park, 8 acres of land, eight separate buildings, one group home and 7 little multifamily apartment buildings, 63 units in total, 102 individuals, all supportive housing, completed about 4 years ago. Next slide, please. Up above, an example of a small group home done in Glen Rock on Bungalow Row, craftsman-style homes. One of the things that we put the neighbors at ease about is that we would build the home and have the same type of architectural details that they would see that they have in their homes along the block, and I think we achieved that. Interestingly enough, Reed Academy, which is a school up in Oakland, branched out to provide residential services, and they are actually the service provider in Glen Rock. And then down below, just an example of an adaptive reuse of an existing or an older, more than 100-year-old school building in Montvale that we converted into senior housing. And you can barely see it on the photo, but next to it, we were able to build a group home, and Everest is the service provider for that particular home. The next slide. And then a couple of projects that, one that we're just working on closing this morning is a 9% low-income housing tax credit job in South Orange, up above, right smack in the downtown of South Orange. 26 units, 16 units of supportive housing. Jesby will be the service support for its independent living. They'll be the service support. And then 10 affordable family units integrated into the building, which is something that we're doing more and more. We're mixing populations, including supportive housing, and I think Melanie also showed some pictures of projects that accomplish the same. And then down below is a project that's actually on life support. I'm not sure we're going to pull this one over the finish line, some changes in the political climate in the particular municipality that we're building in. In that project, we were hoping to partner with the stupendous Chris Menente, but we have found, I think, an alternative location, and we can fulfill the promise and the commitment that we made to be a partner with Rutgers. And then lastly, the last slide, if we may. We can go through these. These are just some. This is Bayonne, in Demarest, another mixed of affordable family, senior, and supportive, site plan approved. This is Haworth, a mix of market, affordable, inclusive of supportive housing, senior, and family. So a lot of mixing and matching that we're doing. And then Woodcliff Lake, same story, family and also supportive, spectacular property overlooking the reservoir on Woodcliff Lake. And then Hohokus, an existing actually project, a mix of family and supportive, 50 yards away from the train station, so a real transit village, just great location. And then this is Tenafly, second project we're doing there, a mix of family and supportive, not yet site plan approved, but fully municipally endorsed. And then lastly, I recognize, and Chris said this rather eloquently, which is we understand we're not service providers. We're very proud of the bricks, but we understand fully that it's really about the services and the support. And while I believe we build really well, solid construction that lasts for the long term because the folks we build for deserve it, the communities that we build in deserve it. But at the end of the day, what we're really building is a community. And this is some pictures from a recent food truck festival that we did with all of our residents at Independence Way, the Florham Park project. So delighted to be part of this august panel and happy to answer questions and later on when we get to it. Thank you, Guy.
Tom, thanks so much. Our next panelist is Lisa McCauley-Parles, who brings a dual focus as a parent and an attorney. Who represents the needs of the community. She's a driving force at Circle Haven. And Lisa, would you mind telling us a little bit about what you have going on?
Sure. Thank you so much for inviting me to address this critical topic. As you mentioned, I practice in the area of developmental disabilities. I'm on the board of the National Council of Severe Autism that at a national level is looking at the need for this particular population, and on the board of Circle Haven, which is a not-for-profit that's developing a community just a few miles from here in Harrison Township. Most importantly, I am the mother of Andrew, a 34-year-old man with severe autism, complex medical needs, and challenging behavior. And I'd like to talk a little bit about Andrew and his journey, because I think for folks in the field, it's important to know family stories. Since Andrew was diagnosed in '93, he's received services in 4 different states, and our family has moved 8 times. It was on our quest to find appropriate services. While he was mentally verbal and cognitively impaired, with intensive ABA services where we did step-by-step, painstaking instruction, he did learn quite a lot. Things like tying his shoes, volunteering at a food bank, and making a smoothie. Progress was slow, but it was steady. But then at 19, he suffered a regression, which so many individuals with autism and developmental disabilities do in their teen years. So even those that receive the highest quality Cadillac services, we often do from 16 on see some sort of regression. I can only describe it as an assault on his brain. It was both biological and neurological. He lost language. He stopped sleeping, sometimes as long as 3 days. He stopped eating. Our longest stretch was 5 days. He lost 100 pounds in 3 months. And tragically, he started to engage in self-injury, which was a behavior he never had. Andrew was our happy-go-lucky guy that we could put on a plane and go anywhere with before that. Because of the self-injury, he developed traumatic cataracts and detached the retinas in both of his eyes. Thankfully, eye surgery was a success, and his sleep and his appetite have stabilized. His self-injury is still there, but because of the work that we're doing in Circle Haven, he does get some intensive database supports, which keeps him safe, and he's back working at the food bank. 9 years ago, our family's journey really started in terms of housing, because we came together with a group of parents and professionals that all had a dream of building a campus-based intentional community that would serve the full spectrum. So for people that needed intensive 24/7 needs and those that could live independently. I just want to say, though, that big is not always better, small is not always good. Though design and the site are important, what happens with the staff and the professionals, the service provider and the families is really the critical piece. We did many trips to Washington, D.C. Some people in this audience, some people on the panel joined us, and we were able to change, which some people did allude to, a just horrible policy that was, though pro-inclusion, was unrealistic for a number of our individuals that really did need things like clusters or intentional communities or farmsteads. But thankfully, we did change that policy after meeting with HUD and CMS and even Department of Justice. So now we do have a good federal law, and New Jersey has one of the best STPs. With respect to Circle Haven, we're working with Project Freedom, which is a developer similar to one of my favorites sitting here, Bergen County United Way. And we're waiting for our word on our tax credit application. So fingers and toes crossed. If successful, we expect to complete construction by the summer of 2026. Ours is somewhat a unique project because it is mixing both low and moderate income families along with individuals with developmental disabilities. It's got 2 3-story buildings that will have 36 units of affordable housing, which will be families, and some units for individuals that don't really have service needs but need minimal supports. We also have 5 residential buildings that will have a total of 22 beds, and that will be for individuals that have DDD funding. A renowned group of professionals, along with a driven group of parents, work not just on the physical design, but on the services model, which again, I can't stress how important it is. We traveled the country, we spent a lot of time in planning sessions, brought consultants on, and we had a number of things. I can tell you I have a list of 275 things I recommended to other groups and a top 20 recommendations, but I'm just going to do 9 very quickly. So some of the things we learned. One is we decided to build smaller units, including 1 and 2 bedrooms. While DDD does allow for up to 6 units for high-need individuals, there are some reasons for that. We felt that many people together with behaviors, it was just more likely that, as I'll quote Peter Gerhardt as well, we guarantee that everyone has a bad day every day. The other thing is that building campuses and clusters are important because it allows for shared floating staff. There's a real economy of scale. We have on-site clinicians planned. It gives you greater supervision. And even though we will be in the community, finding activities on campus really does do a lot to support a program. We also believe that clinicians have to play key leadership roles. I've seen it happen too many times where leadership in programs make decisions that have negative clinical impact. So we're hoping to avoid it or at least minimize it. Everyone has talked today about supporting DSPs. Of course, they need to be paid more, but I think that we don't pay enough attention with giving them the clinical support they need, both in the way of social work for themselves and the hard work they do, but also clinical support and guidance. A lot of people leave the field because they feel that they just didn't have the help that they needed to help the people that they were so dedicated to. As I said, don't focus just on the buildings, but take time looking at how you're going to create an agency with a long-term plan that's going to do the most important thing, which is survive us when we're gone, right? Or work with an existing program that's interested in doing something a little more innovative. Most important, recognize that parents are key members of the team. We have that triangle that works. So we have communication systems that include staff, clinicians, and the parents. We also believe in pushing in services if the needs change, rather than moving the individuals. Our loved ones are not furniture, and that, I think, is one of the worst things about our under 21 system, is that we do that too frequently. We move the people, not the services. Our goal and what we've built, our loved ones are going to age in place. And also, I think that we need to develop partnerships with colleges and universities. We've worked with Rowan on a number of things so far. We purposely chose our Richmond Center site, which is literally a step away from the campus. And we've worked with them on some grants, one technology grant that is, again, that core component so families can get information. I can't tell you how many IDT meetings I've been on, which, like, if the parent just knew that they gave them orange juice at 6 o'clock, maybe they would have slept because they would have avoided the heartburn. Last point is just when you do identify a town, and there are so many towns, which Tom has talked about, is spend time with the leadership in the town. So they, will lend support. There are more and more towns that are donating land, that are using their municipal housing trust funds to give you pre-development dollars. But more importantly, I think you have to gain their confidence that you're going to run a quality program. So our individuals, particularly the high-need individuals, are going to have the supports that are going to allow them to participate and be part of the greater community. You're going to hear so many other stories from families. I think one of the most important things we can do is he still here? Replicate what Dr. Chris Menenti is doing in every university that will hear us, because the need is immense, the suffering is very real, but the possibilities are really right before us.
Well, Lisa, thank you. We're going to move on now with Dr. Cindy Hayes, who is the founder and CEO of Autism Wellbeing, which is concerned with providing medical services to adults with developmental disabilities who are still living in their homes. So Cindy, please.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to start by saying that I think that Dr. Keating and I shared the same napkin. I mean, I'm definitely on that page with him. And so many of the things, hearing them from people of influence is very encouraging. Many of us, people on this and the other panel, have been advocating quite a while and have had lots of conversations. You know, now is the time for action. So, you know, this bias for action must be what drives us right now. Back to the crisis, I wanted to add to Keating's comments on this caregiver aging situation and the obviously need for housing for individuals that are severely involved. Currently, 35% of individuals with IDD live with a parent or guardian that's 65 or older. Now, 65 is when a lot of people begin to need support for themselves. So you're hearing from Mary earlier, a very authentic replica, you know, what she said is absolutely true, and it's what people are dealing with. Give you a little history on my son Brandon, who's known her son since they were 2 years old. This is how long we were advocating. I really, unfortunately, had a difficult time with some of the settings that my son was in. And so 7.5 years ago, I started doing a self-directed program. And I don't know if Jonathan's still here, but pass along how grateful that many of us are to Patricia Brennan and others who have really provided this program. As Mary said, though, it's hard. It's very, very hard. I've worked with dozens of parents sharing the things that we've discovered and created. And honestly, there are some that I've said, I'm not sure if this is a good match for you. It requires not only the patience, the gratitude, the compassion, but a certain sense of organization that is really important to the work. So I created this program for my son, who's 34, Brandon, who's severely involved, and really great. My background is organizational development, so this was really in my bailiwick, and so started creating this program. I was very happy with it, working with other parents, supporting them, and then the stark realization of the fact that there is no safety net. There is no plan for sustainable programs. So as wonderful as my program was, I thought, when I pass, it's over. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing for them. So a couple years ago, I started working with some parents, some are in the room here, on really trying to create sustainability for the self-directed programs. And although congregate looked, different from what we've heard earlier, the idea is to create a provider that has the skills to do work with the very seriously involved individuals. A lot of providers will take them, and I'm sad to say, aren't prepared to support them. So we're really, really focused on, okay, what do we need to do to serve this population? And Amanda, who you met earlier, was wonderful in terms of sharing the things that are going on in stabilization homes. I think all of those things are necessary when you've got individuals with this kind of severe need. So doing that work, then starting to think about, all the conversations I had with families and my own reflections. And it became clear to me that everybody talked about something like the forever home, right? I want my son, I want my daughter to have a forever home. And for some, that meant staying in their family home. But most of all, it was not about the building. It was not about the location. It was about what goes on in that home. Where is the compassionate care, skilled individuals, the trust the relationships. So when we're talking about forever home, for many people that means, well, I live in this home, this is my home. I'm not going to cottage B, they're not going to switch me to cottage C, I'm going to be in this home forever. So that was one thing. The other thing that I heard loud and clear, and it's been my lived experience, is that the staff is obviously critical, as we've talked about, but when they were talking about forever homes, they described this relationship so that the parent and the individual knew that that person that was trained to deal with them, that had the skill set and the compassion and the knowledge and had built the trust, that that person was going to be the same person that showed up on day 2 and on day 3. And unfortunately, that's not the case in many situations. Can you imagine not ever meeting someone and all of a sudden this stranger comes in and starts to get you ready for a shower? I mean, we really need to understand the importance of this kind of stability. So moving on, thinking about actually the physical location, I wanted to find something that was small enough to make it great, you know, to really create a quality program, but also enough people involved that it was physically sound. You know, you could make it work with a budget. So I started working on that and determined that if I had 3 to 5 homes co-located, walking distance to others in the community, that it would be sustainable. And what we wanted to do was not get bigger, because as Lisa said, bigger is not better with this population in my mind, but we want to replicate, and I heard that mentioned earlier. The key is how can we replicate these programs? And so, as a matter of fact, just yesterday I had a parent and her BCBA coming that are going to replicate what we're doing at Autism Wellbeing in a northern part of New Jersey. So that's our kind of commitment to everyone in terms of expanding services. Just as a quick update, we're in the final phases of discussions around the Medicaid process, which is interesting. And we are working on compliance. And again, DDD has been very, very helpful to us, and I really appreciate that. So that's a bit of what we're up to.
Cindy, thanks so much. Before I introduce our next panelist, just to point out what kind of crisis we're actually looking at. Right now, I'm overseeing the Adult Center for Transition on both our Gloucester and Cumberland campuses. We're also running the program for Salem County College at the same time. We have right now, between just those 2 campuses, 80+ students between 20 and 26 years old who are going to need housing. Gloucester County just developed a plan to erect 24 units on the campus where I work. And thinking about it for a second, I've been in a spot where I've been able to take individuals from pretty much birth, early intervention, preschool, elementary school, all the way through high school and beyond, up to my college program, and now I might even have the opportunity to watch some of them live there without ever having set foot off of the campus. There is a model out there for this kind of thing, but that said, it's 24 units. We could fill it tomorrow. So while it's a step in the right direction, it certainly doesn't address the total need. So moving on to, and I think you're seeing a theme here, we wanted to hear from some parents. It's really important. So moving on to our final panelist, Linda Zaney-Thomas, a longtime advocate and parent from Ringwood. We'd love to hear your story.
Thank you so much. Well, my name is Linda. Oh, hold on. I have to use my mic. My name is Linda Zaney-Thomas. I am from Ringwood, New Jersey. I am a parent advocate and the managing editor of the Facebook page, New Jersey Parents of Developmentally Disabled Adults, which many people in the state have heard from. Thank you. That page, thank you. And let's hear some applause for the creator of that page, the late, great Mary Alice Byrne. Yes, thank you. So because of that, and even before that, I've been in touch daily with thousands of parents, many of whom are from a cohort we haven't heard from today yet, which I'll get to in a moment. No matter what, parents want creativity and the power to create person-centered quality of life for their individual, whether it's in their family home, just staying in the family home, or anything, up to creating their own congregate housing, which Tom and I have tried to do for over a decade. Failed, but it's not over yet. As the mother of Marisa, my husband and I are raising Marisa at home. She's 35 years old, described as medically complex with profound intellectual disabilities. I'm not going to talk about her journey or my journey, because in preparing my remarks, I spoke to a lot of parents whose heart and soul is in what I'm going to say. So I'm going to represent everybody, including some people that are here today that helped me with this. What I was going to say is that the barriers to housing are multiple, complex, and yet can be easily resolved with legislation for this cohort, along with changes in current policies and a totally revised and revamped waiver just for this population. It has become very difficult for people who do actually create group homes to actually work within the confines of the tiering, the budgets, the absence policy, the fact that nursing is not one of the services on the community care plan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of things that need to change. But the other thing that has to change is we have to have many, many choices. We have the fewest choices of any cohort. Things parents want to see: being able to stay in their family home with services that include nursing that families control, access to respiratory therapists and pulmonologists for the large population that is on ventilators and trachs that no one ever talks about. That's why I wanted to talk about it now. Also, access to really great group homes and places in the community. These places really do not exist at the level they need to be at for a number of reasons, a few of which I just spoke. We'd like to see that changed, and we'd like to be able to choose among high-quality congregate care, some of which we can create ourselves. So I'll talk just a sec about the pathway. The pathway to the kind of situation that this cohort, and only this cohort, is in, is a 20-year pattern that starts the day they turn 21, when their managed care organizations take 8 hours of the 24 hours they need of nursing away immediately. This starts a pathway to, unfortunately, the conclusion we find ourselves in now, where the number one place people with medical complexity are living is nursing homes in New Jersey. And this has been going on for over 20 years. No one wants this except for nursing home owners. According to the 2023 Open Minds report, 26% of all people who live in New Jersey nursing homes have an intellectual and developmental disability. That's 5% higher than the national average. And FOIA requests for the past 5 years show that almost 3,000 people with intellectual and developmental disabilities have completed nursing home placement assessments with DDG, 144 in the first 4 months of this year. So taking 57 people out and putting 600 in a year, the math just does not add up. There's a tremendous need here. Also, I'd like to state that people don't know this, but once people go to nursing homes, DDD does not provide them any services, so they're off the rolls. In essence, the number of 26,500 that DDD services really would be almost 30,000 if people that were living in nursing homes were getting the services. As I mentioned, the community care plan has some serious barriers that parents and providers alike cannot overcome. That needs to change. We need our own waiver. Families would like to share services like integrated 24/7 nursing and access to pulmonologists and respiratory therapists. They may have to pool their budgets in order to do so and avail themselves of economies of scale. And here are some ideas that families like for new types of settings. So number one, staying in the family home. Being able to stay in your family home is something that this cohort cannot do. And that's a complex conversation I look forward to having with Guy and other people across the state. And it's something that needs to happen with a pack of real advocates who understand this issue. Our voices have been drowned out, believe me. So it's really great to have this opportunity today. Number two, I call him Senator, but Mr. Sweeney's campus housing on the grounds of Rowan. As soon as families of the medically complex heard about this, we said, why can't Rowan put specialty housing for this population and have people in your school of osteopathy intern, train, and staff those homes? And then people with medical complexity could be living on a campus just like the 24 units you have. So how about 24 more units, Guy? It's a good idea.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, good. Let's do 48. Second of all, the existing land on the DCs, I know that came up before, but there's a great model called Misericordia in Illinois, which is a sprawling, it's like a town within an area that contains all types of housing. It contains the Mother Cawley Center. It contains, for people who are medically fragile, it contains group homes, apartments. Seniors are living there. There's 55 plus people living there. There's kids living there. And there are services right there. So I think we have the opportunity to take that land and turn it into its own town, like the Villages in Florida, but for everybody, including the medically complex. On the grounds of every existing medical school, like for example, the campus in Nutley where Hackensack Medical is, that could easily be turned into medical housing right near there and get their shared services over there. And third and last on this list of ideas, which we come up with a lot, is of course the creation of a Wood Services campus on New Jersey and the ability, until all of this happens, for people with medical needs to actually leave the state for an out-of-state placement and go to Wood Services and Center for Discovery in New York and places until we get it together. Because with 3,000 people living in nursing homes and 600 going in every year, we do not have this together at all. And I think this cohort has the most unmet needs. And I wanted to end by saying a big thank you to Assemblyman Greenwald, whose comments about opening himself up to congregate housing led to this conference today, and also to Mark and Cora for putting this together, for including the voices of the medically complex here, and also for giving everybody hope beyond nursing homes. So thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Well, Linda, thank you. We have a short time left, but a couple follow-up questions for our panel in the 10 minutes we have remaining. So we've heard about some of the challenges that have been faced in taking on some of these projects. Would anyone like to share specifically any of the barriers that you faced in doing some of what you do?
We all have barriers, right? Well, one that we did overcome, and it's interesting that you mentioned Misericordia, because Center for Discovery and Misericordia were two of our most effective partners when we were in Washington to change the policies, and the medically fragile population really brought the numbers to the table to show that sometimes campuses, clusters, farmsteads are what work best. So fortunately, we're over that, but I do want to remind everyone that there still is a dispute out there. There are still factions that fight the idea that individuals would be anything other than included in a high school public lunchroom, and it doesn't work for everyone. So we have to really make sure that we are, continuing to tell our stories. For me, I think that misinformation is one of the biggest barriers. So if anything comes out of today, if we can get the state, universities, and advocates to create some sort of, consortium, so there's mechanisms that people can share information. I still have providers that tell me in my law practice that, oh yeah, we're not allowed to build that. And I have to tell them, yes, you can. How long ago did you ask? 12 years ago? We are building that in New Jersey. So I think information is one of the biggest barriers.
Yeah, and I just want to agree with Lisa on that. I mean, we had the presentation by Melanie earlier. I learned so much during that. But we need to have access to that information. It impacts people's lives. In our case, it's going to impact how we can expand. So it's difficult. It's not as streamlined as we need. And I think some people have not updated their process to include some of the recent, I think, good changes, which is an openness to what we're talking about today. So I think there's some good things. There's a lot of things out there that we could take advantage of that we just don't know about. Yeah.
Linda, specifically for you, are there any state and/or federal policies that you might like to see changed in a way that would more broadly support the individuals that we serve?
Yes. A policy that could be changed right now is the policy the state has of not letting people have out-of-state placements, letting adults. It's very difficult. That, number one, I think people should be opened up to that until, like I said, we get it together. And the second thing is, just in terms of, I'll just mention, in terms of the medically fragile, really some things in the waiver. I think we have to go back and really let parents drive the conversation about how the whole process with the MCOs and things that are written into the waiver that work for every other population absolutely do not work in ours. And a quick one, the absence policy. When you have medical problems, you're absent a lot. Being absent, it can render you homeless. So those are just a couple. Thank you for asking.
Of course. And Tom, as someone who's building the solution to some of the housing problems, you've already mentioned that you've run into some difficulty. Anything you'd like to see change?
Well, right now, I think the biggest challenge that we confront is the cost to build. Costs have gone up significantly, and we struggle to get underwritten. And there's a balancing point where, on the one hand, the Housing Mortgage Finance Agency has cost caps in place. So as you saw with some of the pictures, there were some projects of ours that we did not have any financing from HMFA because we had made a commitment to the neighborhood and to the municipality that we would build to a certain level and a certain standard. And the underwriting process demanded that some of the design features, if you will, which add costs, come out. And we made a decision to go with, private financing, if you will, or conventional financing. So right now, the cost of construction has grown so dramatically. And a good example, we're building in Bayonne 40 units, 20 supportive, 20 senior, 9% tax credit finance job, allocation of about $9 million in credits, happened about 2 years ago. The GC bids came back, the lowest was $14 million. So we have a large gap to fill, and we'll fill it, we'll figure out a way, but that just gives you an idea of the escalation in just 24 months in terms of what it costs to build today in New Jersey.
costs certainly aren't going down, that's for sure. And all kidding aside, to address Linda's point earlier, I don't build houses and can't build houses. I happen to work in a county that believes in this and supporting the individuals, and really proud that we have that housing complex coming up on campus. And that said, we also know it's not enough, and looking forward to doing more as time goes on. But certainly taking care of the advanced medical needs and the advanced behavioral needs, and all these students that I've had throughout my career, watched them grow and watched what their parents have gone through, watched what we've gone through as educators trying to support them without necessarily the right tools. And as we all work to improve on those things, yeah, obviously some policies have to change, and having initiatives like this where we can all get together and discuss it a little bit, I think is certainly a step in the right direction. So we thank you for your time. I'm going to turn it back over to Mark, who will lead us into the next portion of our program.
This was a great panel. Thank you very much. And it's just it was a reminder that these are like individual stories, individual needs, and it was a tremendous discussion. We're going to break now for approximately 30 minutes. We have a lunch break. Lunch is served out here. If you're watching at home, it's a good opportunity to go get a sandwich. We're going to come back at approximately 12:45 with former Senator Steve Sweeney, a video message from Republican Assemblywoman Ora Dunn, who's the co-chair of the Legislative Disability Caucus, and an address by Assemblyman Greenwald, who was mentioned earlier, by Linda, whose comments last spring sparked the new interest in developing a legislation to address the housing and like other needs of this population, and who will be putting together that legislation, presumably with Assemblywoman Dunn. So thank you very much. We'll see everybody in about 30 minutes. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the morning session, and I understand it was a quite lively session. I know the online feedback was fantastic on some of the discussions going on here. So we're glad that you joined us here today to have this important discussion. My name's Tony Lohman, and I'm the provost here, and it's a pleasure to welcome everybody here to visit us at Rowan University. I'm going to have the pleasure to introduce two lunchtime speakers, but before we start with our speakers, we want to start first with a short video from Assemblywoman Ora Dunn, the Republican co-chair of the Legislative Disability Caucus.
Thank you all for being here today. It's truly inspiring to see so many people in our state dedicated to helping those in need. In times like these, we come together, united by our shared values and commitment to improving New Jersey. I want to take a moment to give a special thanks to our host, Rowan University, for bringing us together to discuss such an important topic. I also want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Assemblyman Lou Greenwald for his continued leadership and partnership in the State Assembly. We are fortunate to work with those who share our passion for serving others. I want to highlight the crucial work being done by the Disability Caucus. This is a cause close to my heart, and I am grateful to be part of efforts that amplify the voices of people with disabilities and advocate for policies that protect their rights and expand their opportunities. Together, we are making real progress to ensure that everyone in New Jersey is seen, heard, and valued. Let's keep working hard, united in our mission to make New Jersey a better, more inclusive place for all. Thank you again, and God bless each and every one of you.
So now I have the pleasure to introduce our speaker for this afternoon, who certainly needs no introduction. And I think it's always a privilege to come up and speak about Senator Sweeney and all that he's done and all the different causes. And I just, on this topic today, a little personal note, because in my role as provost and our partnerships with Rowan College of South Jersey, I get to be involved with a lot of these really exciting, interesting projects, developing some of the housing and the neurodiversity initiatives, both at RCSJ and here on our campus. And it was really touching as I watched this project develop with Senator Sweeney. I'm not sure I told him this story, but growing up, one of my best friends, my first cousin, suffered from cerebral palsy. And so we spent all our time together. So as a 6-year-old, 8-year-old, you don't think anything of it, and you grow into your teens and you start to understand the challenges. And I went off to college. My cousin Jason didn't go to college. He lives with his parents. He doesn't grow the same way I do. And I had the chance to see his parents this summer, now in the 80s. And Jason's my age. I'm in my 50s. So I'll put that out there. And it was always a concern to me and I know his parents, obviously, what's going to happen to my cousin. And he was fortunate to find a development like this when he was probably in his late 30s and really find housing, find a career, find a job, find social, and live the life he deserved. So I always had a soft spot when I heard this, and even though my role didn't necessarily take me into this, I certainly watched from afar with really admiration for what we're doing for our community. So as I said, everybody's got to have a fair chance. Everyone's got to have a shake. Everyone's got to have a life. And I know Senator Sweeney has always been behind this, any number of initiatives. So it's my pleasure to introduce Steve Sweeney to come address the crowd for the afternoon.
And thank you all for being here. I'm here as a father, first and foremost. I was a senator, but I'll always be a father. And this area is probably the scariest as a parent. Where's my daughter going to live when I'm gone and my wife's gone? And the fact that we've made very little progress, very, very little progress in this is upsetting, because what Tony said, we want people to have the opportunity, our special loved ones, to have the opportunity to live full lives. They're capable of doing it. if given the opportunity. For too long, people look at people with disabilities and, well, yeah, my daughter looks a little different. She's more beautiful than any other girl I've ever seen. But because someone looks a little bit different, automatically you put a limit on what they can possibly do. And it shouldn't be. You should allow people with disabilities to expand, explore, and like I said, just to live their fullest life. Like my daughter, when she was born, she was 2 pounds. I didn't know she had a disability for a while. Because she was 2 pounds, we were in the neonatal unit for 75 days. That's where paid family leave came from. I lived it. That's why I worked to pass it. But, you know, when the doctor told me she had a disability and it was a gift, I wasn't real happy about that. But it really was the greatest gift I've ever been given, because it taught me what it's like to live and care and slow down and realize that we all have a purpose in life. And this became my purpose, which is to make sure that people like Lauren and so many others aren't placed in institutions when the parents go. Or I live in Gloucester County and they've got a spot for her in Bergen County where her family is. So putting the attention on this is critically important. And I really want to thank Lou Greenwald, the majority leader, because when we created the Disability Caucus, it was with a focus on serving and solving problems. And our ombudsman's here, and he's done a phenomenal job. Paul, thank you. But that being said, Paul did a great report. I mean, they delivered a phenomenal report. But what are you going to do with it, right? And where do we start? Because there's so many problems. And there's so many concerns. The number one concern, like I said, here in Gloucester, we figured out the education, the training. We figured it out. We hire people. We give people opportunities. I'm proud of what we've done with the ACT program. Our ACT Center, the food service at the medical school and at the county college is all workers from the ACT program, which means they can work. They can produce, and they can participate. And the county government, you would have about 24 ACT students working in government. We need to push government to step up as we ask private sector people to do. We need to do both. We need to do all. Paul's report needs to be implemented. You know, there are so many issues. Here's the problem. If we try to do every one of them all at once, none will get done. We need to prioritize and focus and start chopping that list down and really make a difference. You know, my daughter brings a smile on my face every day. But she likes to break balls, right? And it's hard because you can see it coming. Like, she has a boyfriend who I've never liked and I will never, ever like. And she will say, "Hey, Dad, you want to talk to boyfriend?" And I said, "Hell no." And she'll bring him down on her phone, and I have to talk to him and deal with him. And I get him so mad at me at times, he'll give me the finger. That's what he says. But my point is, it's normal, and it's natural. And if my daughter can be excelling the way she is, working at a daycare center, she's Miss Lauren. You know, we did things for employment. We workability, right? Huge issue where you're not hurting people and punishing people for wanting to be employed. What other workforce is punished for going to work and making money? Only the disabled community. You know, we incentivize everyone. We'll get you an education. You know, if you can't afford one, we'll get you one, because we should. We provide transportation, job services, and everything else. Only the disabled community was punished. If you make too much money, you lose your benefits. It makes no sense at all. So we've made strides on that. We've done good, the ABLE Act, although I just saw that is expiring federal, I think, in 2025, which is a little scary. But again, people gathering here today, focusing on these needs, and I want to see this list broken down into counties. I want to see the demand per county. And then we need to do surveys per county to find out how much housing we have. So we build in each county enough housing to service the communities that we have. I think that's pretty much common sense. Because I'll never forget when my daughter Lauren was born, someone said, you know, you got to put her on a list. I said, a list for what? They said, housing. I said, she's a baby. Oh, you don't know how bad this is. So right off the bat, you get the shit scared out of you, part of my language, because they tell you stuff like that in the beginning. So to develop a system that makes it more welcoming and understanding is what we need to do. You know, I'm not in office now. Maybe I will be in the future. But I can tell you, this is the focus of my life. So with that, because I can talk for real long periods of time, I'll take some questions, but I want to thank you for being here. Thank you so much for what you're doing, because this is really life-changing. Thank you.
I actually have a comment that today, thank you so much to Rowan for putting this together. And today, I think so much are feeling hopeful and inspired because we're hearing from programs that are building things, things that Rowan are doing. I just want to say that we need to thank you, because New Jersey would not have the statewide transition plan that allows for these innovative programs if it wasn't for the work that you do.
Thank you.
And as a mom, I want to say thank you.
You know, thank you for that. And I'm really proud of what we did in Gloucester for housing. But it took at least 10 years. We don't have the time to take 10 years. So reforming the process, you know, whether it's special legislation that speed lines or, really speeds us up where the housing can get approved, we have to change the permitting process so we can move this stuff a lot quicker. Yes.
Hi, my name is Susan Calgettas, and I'm a parent. My son, Alex, is going to be 24, and he has Down syndrome, but he's also autistic and medically fragile. So he is part of this cohort of people who he's not going to work, but he's also, the system is just designed to send him away. He came home a year ago after almost a year in the hospital. And a big part of the reason we stayed in the hospital was to stop him from being sent to an open bed. So I have very mixed feelings when I hear these things, when I hear about how many beds are being created, because for me, it was horrifying to know that it still happens today, that people are sent away, and then I had to put my body in front of my son to stop him from being sent away. But what I wanted to say, and I'm so thankful for this here, and for the parents, and for everyone who's listening, and for people on YouTube, it's amazing. That there are policies and there are things that can be changed specifically with DDD and CCP, the Community Care Plan, to allow for nursing care so that people like my son can live the life that he chooses, which he chooses to live with his mom and dad, and to not be sent away just because he turned 21. So my hope here is that he has access to a budget that he really can use for the things that he wants, and to the nursing care, and to having the right and the choice to remain at home and to be a part of his own family, and to think that there are still people who are in Voorhees Pediatric Facility who go right to the nursing home and disappear, and that my son was one of the people who could have disappeared. And I want people to know it still is happening today, but we have the power to change policy.
I can't agree with you any more than what you just said. As parents, that's our kids. You know, what other family would let that happen? So, you know, look, I'm blessed. Lauren had no health issues. She's very verbal, sometimes too verbal. But, you know, we were very fortunate. You shouldn't have to fear, you should never have to fear that situation. Our people don't belong in institutions. They do not. And they shouldn't be forced. We need to develop budgets. Understand something. This community is a small community. It's an expensive community, but it has to be supported. And again, so proper budgeting to make sure the services are there, that, you know, again, that your loved one, your child can be taken care of properly in your home. There has to be a priority and a focus in Trenton when funding these programs. And Lou just walked in, but Lou Greenwald's been an amazing champion to this community. So we have to do different, we have to do better. And don't accept the standard, which you didn't do. Anyone else? You want me? What do you want me to do now?
You can introduce or...
All right, listen. Louis, you know, me and Louis don't have a lot in common. He has hair and I don't. He's handsome and I'm not. He's a lawyer and he's smart and I'm what I am. But he's got a huge heart and he cares. So I appreciate it, Luke, being here. Louis Greenwald.
Hi, everyone. I'm very honored to be here. And you know, I'm here first and foremost as a father. And while I don't have a child who suffers with a developmental disability of this nature, I have friends who do. And one of those friends is Steve. And you know, like any friends and parents, we talk about our kids. And my heart breaks when I see families that are put in this position, which I think we all hope for, is that our children prosper, reach their potential. We see advancements in science and medicine that allow for better quality of life and longer living. And in the backdrop for my friends with families with children with disabilities is the struggle of what, when, and if. And no one should be in that position. And I've been doing this a long time. I've been in the state legislature for 30 years, going into my 30th year. It's the only office I've ever held. And I've approached public policy from a position of how do you solve problems. And this is a problem. And one of the most offensive comments I ever received was someone came to me when I was pushing to close the developmental centers because they were purgatories of institutions that were housing people in old, antiquated, environmentally damaged buildings that we didn't have the money to fix or replace, and was a barracks type of model. And we were fighting against unions that wanted them to stay open. And I remember saying to a union leader, of which Steve and I could not be more in line with unions and union work, and men and women are union driven. But we don't house children in warehouses so that you can have a job. That's not what we do. We find better ways to do this, and we will help you transition into that new environment. But we're going to transition our kids into an environment that allows them to succeed. And the second comment that went along with that was, well, why do you care? You don't have a child with a disability. And I didn't realize you had to live and walk in this world every day to have a heart and be compassionate. And while I don't have a child that suffers with this, my oldest daughter, Lauren, who is thriving, at the age of 12, out of nowhere, woke up and was diagnosed with epilepsy. And it was a challenge. It was a challenge over a 4-year period. to find the right medication model and recipe, and then pediatricians decided to wean her off the medication because they said, Lou, it could turn on like it turned off, and it didn't. And her epilepsy went from absence to a grand mal seizure, which I will never forget, broke my heart, wrecked me. And it was on a Sunday morning while we were getting ready for church, and her twin brother and sister were upstairs, and I heard this thud, and they started crying, Daddy, something happened to Lauren. I went running up the steps at 2 at a time, and I went into the bathroom and saw her seizing. And as any father, I went and did whatever was necessary. I turned over every stone. I went to every great doctor that I could. And over a course of going from her pediatrician to a local hospital that was phenomenal but didn't have the skill set to address it, to CHOP that misdiagnosed it through best of intentions, and ultimately ended up at Nemours with a remarkable pediatric neurologist, Dr. Baderman, who got her seizures under control and managed her. And Lauren last year graduated law school, finished her clerkship, and is now starting at one of South Jersey's great firms, Brown & Connery, and is thriving. Thank you. That's a success story. But that's a success story because I have the best insurance money can buy. My child was not put into a Medicaid plan where those doctors that I went to were not in network anymore. And she was enforced into a situation where, well, it's good enough. And that's what, so my reason for telling you that story is everybody has something. And Lauren woke up at the age of 12, and this went on like a light switch. So you never know when or if or who it's going to happen to. But we are committed to making this, and when people tell me it's expensive, it's more expensive to do nothing. Okay? So I don't care. When someone tells me it's going to cost a lot of money, and let me tell you something, Steve and I have dealt with big numbers in our days, right? When someone said, well, you can't fund the pension, you're never going to be able to fund the pension, it's a lot of money. Well, guess what? We figured out how to fund the pension. We stood up against people that said we were crazy and not real Democrats, and now that pension has been saved because of the leadership of people like Steve and hopefully myself, because we addressed that. When people said you couldn't fix the Transportation Trust Fund, we fixed the Transportation Trust Fund, and we took our roads and bridges from D-rated now to C and B-rated, and partnered that with the Federal Stimulus Act under President Biden, and we're now building a tunnel to New York that people canceled and said we couldn't do, and we're building roads and bridges all over the state of New Jersey and putting people to work in really good paying jobs. And then when they said you couldn't fund public education, Steve and I said, well, you're wrong there too, and we're going to fund public education, and we're finally fully funding that. So when people kind of tell us you can't do it, that's a thorn in our side that we're not willing to accept. But on the housing issue, here's what strikes me. And I'll finish here, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have and continue with the panel. I had this remarkable businessman that got a contract with VOA, the Veterans for the Nation, and he was dealing with traumatic brain injury. And these are people that Steve knows well, who in Steve's line of work every day take the wrong step, fall off a girder, and suffer physically fine, but a brain injury, and now always need help, and are otherwise in best of shape, and are going to live long lives. And this gentleman was building housing for traumatic brain injury all across the country, including in our neighboring states, Pennsylvania and Delaware. He had 2 site locations in Galloway and one in Woodbridge with Mayor John McCormick, a friend of ours, and they were ready to build 90 units for traumatic brain injury, not just for veterans, but for all residents. Families loved it. They were at occupancy, full census, before a shovel was in the ground. They came to the state of New Jersey and they said, oh, we don't do that here. That's congregate living. And this model of housing was based on graduate student housing that my son is living in now as a medical student in Rowan at the Cooper School of Medicine at Rowan, where there is housing on top, beautiful living below, access to gyms, barber shops, restaurants, ice cream parlors, Main Street access. It brings the resident to the community and builds a community around them. Well, if that's good enough for my son, it should be good enough for families that are experiencing growth and potential in their children, that are worried about aging in place and are trying to figure out what is the best opportunity for them. But our system didn't allow for that. That businessman left, took the 180 beds in the north and southern part of the state that was fought for by one of our dear friends, the late great Congressman Bill Pascrell in Washington. And those facilities are being built in states all across the country. But New Jersey turned their back on them. And when I shared that story as I was chairing in a bipartisan way the Developmental Disabled Caucus, the outpouring that we got from people that said, I would love housing like that, I need housing like that, sparked our interest in trying to create this dialogue. And I'm frustrated with the bureaucracy at the state that made that decision independently on their own, but I don't blame them. I'm frustrated by it, and the purpose of getting this gathering together is creating the impetus and the foundation of support that says times have changed, science has changed, medicine has changed, the delivery of care has changed, and we need to do this in a better way. And we need to, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with doing it in a way where that, that old saying that I grew up on, the customer is kind of always right. And if the customer is asking for this, and if the customer is voting with their feet because they're actually leaving New Jersey to go to other states that offers this type of housing because their children are secure, maybe we could learn something. And this should not be hard to fix, and this shouldn't be time-consuming to do. It creates jobs, it creates good paying jobs in the healthcare community, and it allows for an opportunity for your children, our children, to thrive and succeed. So that's kind of how we got ourselves here. And I thank you all for taking the time out of your day to participate in this. This is where I do need your help. I am not an expert in this, and I don't live in this space every day. And we need calm, thoughtful, collective minds that can help voice this and craft the policy in a way that meets the needs of the families and meets the medicine that is driving this in a better outcome. Because that's the pushback that we will get. And I can, hopefully you sense I can help voice it, and I will do it with a heart and a passion, but you provide the substance to that. And that's what's critically important to us. So, I miss having my friend Steve with me in Trenton fighting these battles. We hope that changes soon. But the reality is he's never far removed from being an advocate for the people of New Jersey. So your help to us is critically important, and this institute has been a great asset for us to help craft public policy like this. So I will finish there, and thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it very much. Sure.
Thank you. We appreciate your service. It's been very long-standing, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
One of our an idea that I stand on, right? It's what is in the way becomes the way. So if you were to identify one thing, one low-hanging fruit that government, the private sector, I'm a small developer, and there are other developers in here that we could all work on to get us beyond this hump, what would it be? Like, for example, Chicago has invested in a cutting the tape program, which allows low-income housing opportunities to free up, right? You try to file a permit, it takes 6 months, or 12 months, or even more. There are times when you never get the approvals that you're desiring to go do what you have to do. So Chicago said, hey, let's release some of these strongholds, as I would call them, and let's allow these developers to get in, because there are private entities that would love to do work. However, the government sometimes prevents us from doing so. Yeah. So in the state of New Jersey, identifying a low-hanging fruit, because we cannot, chase everything all day, every day, because nothing gets done, as you've said. But identifying one low-hanging fruit that, as a cohort, working together, that we can chase, we can eliminate, and we can allow for all these things that we've been talking about to really happen. It's good to have these sessions, but the work is really slow.
Yeah. So I think you, with great respect, I think you asked and answered your own question, right? So the question is spot on. And I think part of the answer that helps us, arms us to make fast change from a policy standpoint, is almost a column by column comparison of how other states are doing it versus how we're doing it. I'm doing this right now because I am in another area extremely frustrated with the licensure process for healthcare professionals, especially in the areas of addiction and substance abuse, where in other states they are being approved and processed in 3 to 6 months, and in New Jersey we're looking at 15, 18 months to 2 years. It's ridiculous. Again, good paying jobs in an area since the pandemic that we've seen a spike in need for services. So what we've literally done is taken some providers who are required in New Jersey to not only have office space but hire staff, but can't see a patient until they're licensed. And they are providing services in other states. So we've asked them to produce what are the requirements that are in those states compared to ours, and we're going to find one of two things. Either the list is pretty much the same and we're just not working, right? We're not processing these, or we're requiring a level of detail that isn't required. And here's the problem in that space. That company, which wants to open an office in Merchantville in Camden County, New Jersey, is seeing New Jersey patients now. They're just taking them to Florida because they've been there for 30 years and they're credentialed and they're incredibly well respected. But what they're saying is that's not the best care. It would be better to treat the patient closer to the environment of which they're fighting this disease and help them get to recovery. So that's the ridiculousness that we face. Now let's take that to your model. You're a seasoned developer that is doing this in other states with a system that seems to move quicker. If we could understand what are the requirements in those states and maybe what mistakes have they learned, and then we can replicate that here, we can quickly change the regulatory and policy side of that to make it happen here in New Jersey. 2 other quick points. One is I'm a big believer in public-private partnerships. So having you with maybe a public entity and you as a private developer that creates that model, and now we can join forces, I think helps expedite it. And the other area that I think is interesting, because you are trying to move the Titanic before the iceberg, right? They believe inherently, they've been doing it this way for however many years, many decades. This is the way, and I've heard this is the way we do it in New Jersey. Well, that's the way you've done it in New Jersey, and we are saying times have changed. So one of the ways to maybe accelerate change is to take a partial step by doing a pilot program. And I think finding partners like you that are saying, we're doing this in other states, we're credentialed in other states, we want to try this here in New Jersey, we can help you find local communities that would be willing to accept it, and there's more than enough families that would be willing to sign in. And then you slowly bring the department along in a pilot program as we're trying to address the regulatory and policy change. So I think, to answer your question directly, what bothers me, or I think the most simplest answer that is the roadblock, is the bureaucracy that's just always done it this way. The answer to that is how do you work your way around it? And I think it's using other states' examples that are doing this better, quicker, more modernized, and what's the best way to slowly implement that in a way that doesn't threaten people and helps address the problem.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman Greenwald, Senator Sweeney. Thank you to all who've participated in the conference. We have hundreds of comments online on our YouTube channel. We had tremendous ideas coming forth from the panels. pull all of those together for you, Assemblyman, and hopefully they will help form the basis for legislation, which was your goal with this conference. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. That concludes our conference. Thank you.